Chapter 2466. In the death battle ruins, 1,000 disciples wandered around in search of prey. Chernzong, let's fight again. As soon as Shi Zhang finished speaking, the dark golden staff seemed to expand in an instant. The staff smashed down with the force of a falling mountain. The staff was forceful, direct, and domineering. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. In the battle 8 months ago, Shi Zhang was defeated and died. Now that they had met again, his strength had increased due to the repeated battles. Now that Shi Zhang encountered Chernzong again, he did not hesitate to attack. If he lost this battle again, Shi Zhang did not plan to challenge Chernzong again in the death battle ruins. Shi Zhang unleashed his full strength in this attack. The power of the fledgling Dao domain became even more intense. It condensed on the staff, and it seemed to have increased in size by 10 times. When it struck down, the void within 100 meters was completely suppressed. The astonishing pressure pressed down on Chernzong's body, making him feel as heavy as the earth. That was the fledgling Dao domain of the Earth Dao. Naturally, it possessed the power of the Earth Dao. At the same time, Chernzong also slashed out with his sword. The sword emanated a different aura of power. It seemed to be accompanied by countless sword chi. The sword pressure rushed out. Fledgling sword Dao domain. Chernzong condensed his sword Dao domain again and integrated it into his swordsmanship. It was compatible with the cultivation path of the universe and transcended the void. It further enhanced the power of his swordsmanship. Chernzong has also mastered the fledgling Dao domain. Shi Zhang was secretly shocked. Shi Zhang remembered that during his battle with Chernzong, Chernzong did not integrate the fledgling Dao domain into his swordsmanship. Now, not only had he integrated it, but he also seemed to be very proficient in it. It was truly shocking and terrifying talent. Fight. In the past 8 months, Shi Zhang's strength had also increased significantly. West staff, take my sword. Chernzong intended to end the battle quickly. In an instant, as the sword chi filled the air, his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair seemed to be filled with a wisp of sword chi, revealing an astonishingly sharp aura that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Chernzong's sword pierced through the air as the sword chi filled the air. At first glance, this sword seemed to be very slow because the movement and trajectory of the sword could be seen clearly. However, Shi Zhang was horrified to discover that he couldn't dodge it. That was because the sword wasn't very slow. Instead, it was very fast. It was so fast that it gave the illusion that it was very slow. Speed. This sword was a sword of speed. With a flash of sword radiance, the green radiance pierced through the air and pierced through Shi Zhang's forehead. The incomparably sharp sword radiance broke through all defenses. When the sword light dissipated, the sword had already returned to its scabbard. What is that sword attack of yours called? West's staff didn't die immediately. He struggled to speak, his eyes filled with astonishment. The pole of wind, Chernzong answered unhurriedly. Shi Zhang's eyes dimmed, and his body quickly disappeared. The pole of wind was a sword attack that focused on speed. In order to make up for the lack of lethality in speed, Chernzong also integrated the mystery of sharpness into it, causing the power of this sword to condense into a single point and concentrate on the tip of the sword, penetrating everything. It could be said that the vanishing wind focused on the power of frontal attacks and was good at strength, while the pole of wind was good at speed. Chernzong didn't get any points for killing Shi Zhang, because he had already killed him once. In this battle, Chernzong's opponent was a heavenly human, a talent from the previous heavenly human tribe. He was very talented and powerful. Then, let's listen to the sound of the wind. Chernzong's voice sounded as if he was singing. Vaguely, there seemed to be a gentle breeze blowing past. Gusts of wind began to blow in the air, blowing past their ears and causing their hair to flutter and ripple. It was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, as agile as a swallow's silhouette, as beautiful as a willow leaf falling down. creating layers of fine ripples. The wind whispered softly, as if it was whispering something in her ear. When the whispering sound was heard, the heavenly human's eyes became blurry. She struggled continuously, as if she was enduring some kind of pain. Divine decree. Her divine decree was directly attacked, as if it was about to be crushed. At that moment, she lost control of her own power, as if she had lost consciousness. The sword light flashed, and the green light rippled like autumn water. In an instant, it pierced through the air. One sword attack killed her. And the Song of the Wind. This sword attack was also the embryonic form of a profound martial technique. It was called the Song of the Wind, and it was the embryonic form of a profound martial technique that attacked with divine decree. Normally, when he used divine decree, he would only use 1% of his divine decree and integrate it into his swordsmanship to attack and affect his opponent's divine decree. However, when he used this embryonic form of the Aowu, he directly used 10% of his divine decree. Naturally, the power of his divine decree would increase tremendously. The death of the heavenly human gave him another point. It had been more than 8 months, and Chernzong had obtained more than 500 points. Of course, Chernzong wasn't sure if these points were considered more or less in the overall system. He could only continue to work hard and kill more disciples to obtain more points. So far, Chernzong had only died 3 times. However, he had also encountered opponents that he couldn't defeat. Similarly, his opponents couldn't defeat him either. In the 9th month, Chernzong's opponent was the previous generation's prodigy of the ancient beast clan. Among the 1,000 disciples, most of them were this generation's prodigies. However, a small portion of them were the previous generation's prodigies. There were at least 100 of them, and they all planned to fight for a higher ranking in this generation's generation. Of course, they might not get what they wanted. In fact, many prodigies of this generation were even more outstanding. For example, the prodigy named Qi had terrifying strength. This prodigy of the ancient beast clan shapeshifted and unleashed his full strength. After shapeshifting, he looked like a lion man. He roared, and the sound waves roared as if they could shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. He waved his arms and punched out with both fists in an instant. Every punch carried terrifying power as it blasted towards Chernzong. The shadows of the fists filled the air and covered Chernzong's entire body. It seemed as if Chernzong's body was going to be smashed into pieces. Chernzong brandished his sword and slashed horizontally across the air. In an instant, an extremely shocking sharpness burst out from the blade and slashed horizontally. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. The slash of the sword shattered all the shadows of the fists, leaving a clear, light green sword mark in the air. Wind mark. This was also an embryonic form of a profound martial technique. It was the 4th one that Chernzong had created. It focused on sharpness and was suitable for cutting. The vanishing wind slash focused on frontal attack. The pinnacle of wind focused on both speed and sharpness. The whistling of the wind was an attack that incorporated divine intent. The wind mark focused on cutting. The 4 embryonic forms of profound martial techniques took into account all aspects. In the 10th month, Chernzong killed many more opponents. However, he also died once. The person who killed him was a prodigy named Deng Xing. Deng Xing's strength was not as strong as Zheng's, but he was still very strong. He was even stronger than Green Nightmare. Chernzong used the 4 embryonic forms of profound martial techniques to fight a fierce battle with Deng Xing. In the end, he was defeated. However, although he was defeated and died once again, Chernzong's points increased from 500 to 600. He was close to 700. However, in this place there was no time limit. Only when everyone died once would it be considered over. In other words, there were still people who had not been defeated or killed in the past 10 months. That Zheng from the prodigy should be one of them, Chernzong said to himself. In the 11th month, Chernzong died for the 5th time. However, His points had officially exceeded 700. More than 750 points meant that 750 out of the 1,000 disciples who had entered this place had died under Chunzong's sword. It would not be a problem for him to enter the top 100 with such points. However, Chunzong didn't only want to be in the top 100. Being in the top 100 was only the most basic guarantee. He wanted to be in the top 10 if he could. Of course, the top 10 was many times more difficult than the top 100. Chunzong did not have much confidence. He could only say that he would try his best. It didn't take long for a green light to appear. It approached Chunzong at an astonishing speed. Green Nightmare. Chunzong frowned slightly. Although his strength had increased, Chunzong still felt that he was not Green Nightmare's match. Moreover, Green Nightmare had already killed him once. Even if he killed him again, he would not get any points. "Human, are you interested in joining forces?" Green Nightmare asked directly. Joining forces? Chunzong was surprised. Green Nightmare was stronger than him. Why did he want to join forces with him? Moreover, why would they join forces? To kill other disciples? With Green Nightmare's strength, there was no need for that. That's right. This time, we are joining forces to deal with Hui. Green Nightmare's expression was solemn. His words made Chunzong's heart skip a beat. Deal with Hui. Join forces to deal with Hui. Just the two of us might not be enough. Chunzong replied. He recalled the battle with Hui that day. It was completely one-sided. He was not Green Nightmare's match at all. Although Green Nightmare was stronger than him, Chunzong felt that he was not Green Nightmare's match either. The two of them would be stronger if they joined forces, but could they really deal with Hui? Not just the two of us. There are a few others joining forces, Green Nightmare replied directly. Do you want to join? In other words, Green Nightmare had already joined forces with a few others. Now, they were joining forces with more experts to ensure that nothing would go wrong. All right. Chunzong agreed after pondering for a moment. He was more curious. Who were the people joining forces to deal with Hui? And to what extent was Chi's strength? Even an expert like Green Nightmare had to join forces with others. Let's go, Green Nightmare said after taking a deep look at Chunzong. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and drifted away. Chunzong left as well, exploding with his fastest speed to catch up. Soon, Chunzong realized that in terms of speed, he was not as fast as Green Nightmare. Green Nightmare's body seemed weightless. He was extremely light, drifting with the wind. He looked very relaxed. On the contrary, Chunzong seemed to be having a hard time. However, Green Nightmare did not seem to be moving at full speed. Instead, he limited his speed to just a little faster than Chunzong so that Chunzong could keep up. Chapter 2467. There's a vote for the annual ceremony. If you have a vote, please vote for the 6 paths. On the ruins of the battle, there were a few figures standing outside a half-collapsed tower. In the distance, another 2 figures flew over quickly, one in front and one behind. In an instant, the people below the half-collapsed tower turned their gazes and looked over. It's them. The 2 people flying over were Green Nightmare and Chunzong. Chunzong was shocked when he saw them, because those people were all acquaintances. Deng Xing of the primitive race, Wang Monglie of the giant race, Mo Luoluo of the demon race, and a female heavenly human that Chunzong had never seen before. She was introduced as a disciple from the previous generation. Her name was Xingtian Liusu. 6 people, including Chunzong and Green Nightmare, there were 6 people in total. Deng Xing, Green Nightmare, and Wang Monglie of the giant race had all defeated and killed Chunzong before. They were all stronger than Chunzong. The female demon race, Mo Luoluo, was also quite strong. She had fought Chunzong before. Both of them had used their own method. In the end, neither of them could defeat the other and had to retreat. They were evenly matched in that battle. As for the female heavenly human, Shengtian Liusu, although they had never fought before, she should be quite strong since she was invited. They didn't look down on Chunzong because they had all fought Chunzong before. They knew that Chunzong was quite strong too. Although he wasn't as strong as them, he was one of the stronger ones among the disciples they had fought before. Naturally, he was qualified to be invited to team up with them. Being born in the void and the strength of one's race were indeed important. However, strength was more important. Whether it was in the void or in the universe, strength was the only criterion. Everything else was just secondary. Of course, not everyone understood this. Some understood it, while others didn't. Fortunately, they all understood it. Otherwise, there would be some unpleasant things. Since everyone is here, let's go, Deng Xing said. His voice was low and deep, which had a strange charm. Earlier, Green Nightmare had stated that the target of their alliance was the origin race genius, Deng Long. The 6 of them joined hands and moved quickly to search for the pyrolite. That Hui did not bother to hide its whereabouts at all. Its ferocious and overbearing aura was wantonly pervading the air. It was as striking as a lighthouse in the dark night. Therefore, as long as they were within a certain range, they would be able to sense his presence, and the difficulty of finding him was reduced by more than 10 times. When the 6 of them passed by, all the disciples who encountered them were shocked and retreated one after another. 10 months had passed, and many people had fought against each other. There were victories and defeats. Naturally, they recognized these 6 people and knew how powerful they were. One of them was already so powerful. Now that there were 6 of them together, it was even more terrifying. However, they were all very surprised. Why were the 6 of them together? Why didn't they have the slightest intention of fighting each other? Could it be that they are going to do something? Some of the sharper people immediately guessed. Let's go and see. With this thought, they immediately moved and quickly followed behind Chen Zong and the other 5. They felt that since the 6 of them were together and did not fight each other, but acted as if something big was going to happen, they should follow and take a look. Not long after, the 6 of them discovered the pyrolite's aura and quickly found it. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the pyrolite swung the dark golden truncheon and directly smashed a disciple into pieces. It was very violent. At the same time, the 6 auras spread out in an instant and directly locked onto the pyrolite. The pyrolite also sensed it and looked back. His polychoria eyes flickered with an extremely shocking cold light. The cold light was extremely domineering, as if it could make people submit to it at a glance. His body also gave off a very strong and robust feeling, as if it contained an extremely terrifying power. Before, Chunzong did not know the details of the pyrolite, but now he knew. The pyrolite had a treasure body called the Yuan King body. In fact, the Origin clan also had another name, the Yuan clan. Treasure bodies were divided into different levels. The lowest level was the spirit body, and the next level was the king body. It was said that there were even higher levels above the king body. Green Nightmare's treasure body was the wind spirit body. Although Chunzong had the Taichu sword origin body in the void, which was a spirit body, it was different from the spirit bodies in the universe. Moreover, because Chunzong's Taichu sword origin body was closely related to the Taichu sword origin technique, when Chunzong gave up on the Taichu sword origin technique, the Taichu sword origin body also degenerated. Now, in terms of physique, Chunzong was only a mortal body in the universe. Not to mention Chunzong, even the 4 first sequence of the 4 major life forms in the void would all become mortal bodies once they entered the universe, no matter what physique they had. Of course, if there was a suitable opportunity, it was equivalent to being unsealed and transformed into a treasure body in the universe. Only a small number of the native races in the universe could have extraordinary physiques, which were collectively known as treasure bodies. The spirit body alone had an incredible increase in strength, let alone the king body, which was of a higher level. The king body of the Yuan king body allowed Qi to have extraordinary origin energy. The quantity and quality of his origin energy were both more vigorous and purer, and his power was also more powerful. The native races did not have the innate power of the Great Path like the demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe, but they were born with the advantage of origin energy. The advantage of origin energy was amazing, enough to make up for the innate Great Path power. In addition, they were more outstanding in their cultivation. The king body of the Yuan king body greatly increased this point. "Hey, if I kill you, this meeting will be over," Deng Xing shouted. Until now, among the 1,000 disciples who had entered the death battle ruins, only Qi was still alive. The others had died at least once. "You think you can do it?" Qi smiled arrogantly and turned around to face the others. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. "Attack!" Deng Xing shouted again. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding loudly. In an instant, the 6 of them took action at the same time, rushing towards Qi from 6 directions at full speed. In the distance, the people who had followed them were shocked. They finally understood why the 6 of them had taken action together. Their goal was to join forces to deal with Qi. Those who had fought with Qi had a deep impression of him, even a shadow. Qi was too powerful. Most of the disciples could not withstand one of his attacks and would be smashed into pieces. Facing the 6 of them, Qi was not afraid. Instead, he looked excited and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. "Come, let's have a good fight." Qi roared and his pair of maces suddenly struck out. They turned into a dark golden shadow, hitting the sky and shattering the earth. Deng Xing pushed out his palm. Dots of starlight gathered and turned into a big starlight hand, carrying a terrifying power. It smashed the sky and smashed everything, hitting Qi directly. This was the embryonic form of the Ao Wu. In the face of Qi, ordinary means were useless. They could not even break through his body's defense. Even if they could, the damage would be limited. Only by exerting all of his strength and displaying the strongest embryonic form of the Ao Wu could they threaten Qi. Green Nightmare's finger trembled, and a finger shadow shot out. It was the cloud-piercing finger that had defeated and killed Chen Zong. Compared to that time, it was more solid and powerful. Wang Mongolye's body seemed to become even more imposing as astonishing fluctuations erupted from his body. With a roar, he raised his fist. His muscles swelled, causing his arm to become as thick as his waist. Large veins could be seen protruding from his arm like snakes. Power, unparalleled power gathered in it. What Wang Mongolye had comprehended was the way of power. The giant tribe was good at power and their strength was unparalleled. After comprehending and mastering the way of power, their strength had reached the pinnacle. The punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky. It was as if it wanted to shatter everything and turn everything into dust. Mo Luoluo also attacked. The moment he attacked, he merged the power of the way of darkness and the way of water. It was a combination, not a superposition. It turned into a dark water spear and shot out. Sagely Sky Liusu's body shone brightly. The power of the way of light and the way of wind merged and formed a wind blade that was a few meters long. The edge of the wind blade shone with shocking light, as if it could tear everything apart. Slash! The wind blade instantly pierced through the air, leaving a mark in the void. Chen Zong also unleashed his maximum combat strength. Endless power surged and sword Qi fluctuated. It pierced through the sword and slashed out. Wind slash! The might of every single attack was extremely tyrannical and terrifying, causing the expressions of the spectators in the distance to change greatly as their hearts trembled with fear. Terrifying! Each attack was extremely terrifying, easily able to kill them. Could Ho survive the 6 terrifying attacks? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were extremely excited and could not help but feel nervous. However, Ho laughed sinisterly. The mace that he had swung earlier suddenly became much more powerful. Every strike seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Clash! The earth-shattering collision exploded in an instant, and the terrifying might of the collision spread out in all directions, as if it was going to shatter everything. Flowing light surged, smoke and dust billowed, covering everything in the surroundings, covering the sky and the earth. Soon after, a figure shot out from within. His speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. He also possessed a shocking might, like a thunderstorm. It was Qi who had both power and speed. Possessing the Yuan King body, his talent and comprehension were amazing. Coupled with his cultivation of the 9 heavens 1000 condensation technique, his strength was extremely majestic. Coupled with his amazing strength and terrifying speed, he was able to unleash an incomparably shocking power. The embryonic form of the Ao Wu that the 6 of them had joined forces to attack Qi, however, they were not able to kill him. He was not even injured. Qi had not only blocked the attack but also counterattacked. Inside the large mace, it contained an extremely terrifying power that could shatter everything. Spread out. In an instant, the 6 of them spread out. They knew that Qi's great mace was extremely powerful. Once they were hit, they would not be able to defend themselves. Even Deng Xing, who was the strongest among the 6 of them, was not confident that he could defend himself from Qi's great mace. He would be injured immediately if he took it head-on. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. Chapter 2468. The dark golden mace smashed down, shattering the void. It was as if nothing could resist it, as if everything would be smashed to smithereens. The 6 of them scattered as quickly as they could to avoid this attack. The ground was directly blasted apart, and a 100-meter-long crack appeared, as if it had been run over by a massive beast. It was an extremely terrifying scene, and the tremors and explosions blasted out, causing the spectators in the distance to tremble. The 6 of them narrowed their eyes at the shocking destructive power. They spread out, closed in, and attacked again. It was another embryonic form of Ao Wu. Chen Zong used Wind's extremity. His sword was extremely fast, and his power was concentrated at the tip of the sword. It pierced through everything. There was a faint shadow in the sword light. It was the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. Deng Xing pushed out his palm. It seemed slow, but it was dazzling and resplendent. It was like a comet that carried a terrifying power. Everything in its path was shattered by the great power. There was also a shadow in the palm. It was also the 9-fold chaotic killing technique. Green Nightmare's finger trembled. In an instant, he pointed out 3 fingers. The tip of each finger could be seen, and there was also a faint shadow in each finger. It was also the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. Mo Luoluo, Xing Tian Lu Su, and Wang Menglie also used the other embryonic forms of Ao Wu. In an instant, there seemed to be flowing light flashing on Zhao's body. It was the brilliance of the 9 mysterious body protecting technique. There were 2 layers. It meant that Zhao had cultivated the 9 mysterious body protecting technique to the 2nd layer. His defensive power was even more shocking. Immediately after, waves of dark golden light appeared on Ho's pair of truncheons. They were suffused with an indescribably overbearing might. Boom! The dark golden rapiers collided with each other. There was a sudden shake, and a layer of dark golden ripples appeared. It was like a ring of stars exploding. It carried a terrifying power and swept out in all directions. It covered 100 meters in an instant. It was as if everything within 100 meters was shattered by the impact of the dark golden ring. The power of the dark golden ring was extremely shocking. Deng Xing's expression changed greatly when he came into contact with it. He was sent flying with a pale face. Wang Menglie was the slowest, so he was hit by the ring. His huge and muscular body was sent flying. Light flickered on his body, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The bodies of the giants were strong and direct. Their strength was unparalleled, and their defensive power was also terrifying. But even so, they were still injured. One could see how frightening the power of the star ring was. Ho laughed loudly as he suddenly burst forth with unparalleled speed. He immediately charged at the injured Wang Monglia and swung his maces repeatedly. One strike, two, three. One after another, the maces exploded with a terrifying might that could shatter mountains, and all of them blasted towards Wang Monglia. It was too fast and too violent. Wang Monglia wasn't able to dodge in time, so he could only let out an explosive roar and forcefully muster his strength to the limit. Every single muscle on his body instantly swelled up and erupted with an extremely shocking might. His arms swelled up to the size of his waist. A layer of fluorescent light spread out from his muscles and tendons. It was as if it could shatter rocks into powder. Boom! Without hesitation or fear, Wang Monglia's fists exploded with the strongest power. It was as if he was fighting with his life on the line. However, the power of his fists was shattered under the violent bombardment of Ho's maces. At the same time, the others reacted and immediately chased after him. Wang Monglia was their teammate, so they couldn't let him die. Otherwise, their strength would be weakened, and the pressure against Ho would increase. After the power of his fists was shattered, Wang Monglia took the blow. He crossed his arms to block it, but he felt as if his arms were shattered. The second blow was aimed directly at Wang Monglia's head. If he was hit, even if he didn't explode, his head would bleed and he would feel dizzy. The sword light pierced through the air, but it seemed to have blended into the void, into the air, and turned into a gust of wind that blew gently, light and agile. Vaguely, there seemed to be a gust of wind that seemed to be singing in a low voice. The embryonic form of Ao Wu. Sound of the wind. This was the embryonic form of Ao Wu, a divine decree attack. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It crossed the void and directly attacked Ho. Ho couldn't dodge in time and was immediately hit. The 9 mysterious body protection technique on his body could only block part of the power of the sword, but it couldn't block the attack from the divine decree. It was undeniable that Ho's physique was amazing, and his strength was terrifying. His strength and speed were terrifying, and his defense was strong. His martial arts seemed simple, but they were all well practiced. To a certain extent, it was as if he had no weaknesses. However, the strength of his divine decree wasn't as strong as Chunzong's. Chunzong had such a strong divine decree because he had been through countless life and death situations in the past. It was accumulated bit by bit, and finally, such a strong divine decree was formed. Ho was born better than Chunzong, but his experience was far less rich than Chunzong's. It should be known that the more outstanding one's talent was and the better their cultivation environment was, the more monotonous their initial experience would be. This was because they only needed to constantly cultivate in a good environment to continuously improve themselves. Only when their cultivation had reached a certain level would they go out to gain experience and temper themselves. In the universe, the Tao Power Realm was only the beginning, and the Spirit Focus Realm only had some ability to protect themselves. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't leave their place easily. Instead, they would cultivate continuously. For example, the disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Only when they reached the 3rd realm, the Divine Image Realm, would they be truly qualified to explore the universe. However, this was only the beginning. This sword carried 10% of Chunzong's divine decree power. It directly hit Ho's divine decree and shook it immediately. It was an uncomfortable feeling when one's divine decree was shaken. It was as if one's head had been hammered. It would hurt and stupefy, and it would affect one's body. The mace that was about to hit Wang Monglia paused slightly. Wang Monglia seized the moment and immediately stepped on the ground to pull away. Boom, boom, boom. The other people's attacks also followed and bombarded Ho's body. You're all courting death. First, he was attacked by Chunzong's divine decree sword. Then, he was attacked again. Ho didn't feel good either. His chi and blood were shaken, and he was instantly furious. Explode. His strength completely exploded. His body, which didn't look very tall at first, instantly became more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on his body swelled, as if he had extremely terrifying strength. Secret technique. Ho directly activated a powerful secret technique to increase his strength. His aura soared into the sky like a burning flame, becoming more and more terrifying. Boom! The pair of truncheons blasted out once more. Its might was extremely formidable and shocking to the extreme, and its might had increased explosively by at least 50%. Moreover, it was densely packed and transformed into a dark golden waterfall that poured out like a torrent, and it shattered everything, causing the expressions of all 6 of them to go pale. Then, ho! His figure leaped into the sky, and the giant mace struck down in a crisscross manner. It carried a terrifying force that could destroy mountains, and it directly hit Chen Zong. Just now, it was Chen Zong's divine decree sword attack that affected Ho. Therefore, Ho thought that this person would cause some trouble for him. He wanted to get rid of him first before dealing with the others. It had to be said that Ho's choice was correct. If it was one-on-one, unless Chen Zong's divine decree attack could become stronger, it wouldn't be a threat to Ho. However, in a one-on-one situation, a little influence could become a disadvantage. Ho was very confident in his strength, but he wasn't arrogant at all. He would first destroy the people who would cause trouble for him, and then deal with the others. When the giant mace struck down, the pressure was extremely shocking. It was as if it was pressing down and crushing him, causing Chen Zong's pupils to shrink and his expression to become aghast. He couldn't avoid it. He was completely locked on, and there was no way to avoid it. It seemed that he could only resist it, but the result of resisting it was most likely death. Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly activated Sword World. The sword light instantly condensed, and after the 10 swords merged into one, streaks of sword light rushed into the sky, carrying a terrifying and direct power, directly hitting Ho in the sky. Insignificant skill. Ho sneered. Chen Zong naturally knew that Sword World couldn't do anything to Ho. Its power wasn't as powerful as his Ao Wu prototype, but Sword World had an advantage that Chen Zong's Ao Wu prototype couldn't compare to. That was, it didn't need Chen Zong to attack at close range. Moreover, there were many sword lights, which could play the role of delaying the opponent. As long as he could delay the opponent for a moment, he would be able to retreat and avoid the terrifying attack. The other 5 would rush over as reinforcements, and once again form an encirclement. When the sword light arrived, it was directly shattered by Ho. But at the same time, Ho was also delayed for a moment. The feeling of being locked on weakened. Chen Zong immediately retreated, increasing the distance between them, and controlled the sword light to attack. Deng Xing and the other 4 also attacked from 5 different directions, all displaying the Ao Wu prototype. Only the Ao Wu prototype could truly threaten Ho. Battle. Berserk battle. An extremely intense battle. This kind of battle could be said to be crazy. The spectators from afar were all dumbstruck, they were all scared stiff. Terrifying. Monster, that Ho is simply a monster. Fighting 1 against 6 and still not being defeated, this is too shocking. The difficulty of fighting 1 against many was relative. If one was strong and the enemy was weak, then it was normal to fight 1 against many. On the contrary, if the enemy was also strong, then the difficulty of fighting 1 against many would greatly increase. All of them looked cold and solemn as they unleashed all their strength and techniques, attacking crazily. When they had consumed about 70% of their strength, they immediately took out elixirs and took the opportunity to recover their strength while continuing to fight. It was simply a battle of attrition. Ho was like a god of war. Even though he was injured, he was still full of combat strength and was extremely terrifying. He can't hold on any longer. Let's exhaust him to death, Deng Xing shouted with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. If you want to exhaust me to death, you will have to die first, Ho laughed loudly. Chunzong struck out with his sword again. The sound of wind blowing could be heard, as if it was singing softly. There was an indescribable gentleness to it. Song of the Wind. Only this sword could truly threaten Ho, and it could be used together with the Ao Wu prototype of the others. Chapter 2469. Dust, debris, and shock waves. Countless shock waves surged and collided with each other in all directions, shattering everything. Die! A dark golden figure dashed out with his mace raised high and struck down at an astonishing speed. It was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. It was unbelievably powerful. Roar! Wang Monglia roared as he gathered all of his strength into his right arm. He clenched his right fist tightly and threw it at Ho like a meteor in the most berserk manner. Fighting with his life. With a bang, Wang Monglia's head was hit hard. His skull caved in and blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. However, his fist also hit Hui at the same time. It hit Hui's 9 mysterious body protection technique. The violent power that carried the power of the 9 layers of slaughter shattered the 2 layers of protection and hit Hui's body, causing some injuries. Wang Monglia fell to the ground and struggled to get up. He had lost the ability to fight and was on the verge of death. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Hui's mouth. He had been hit many times and was severely injured, but he still had a terrifying fighting ability. Wang Monglia had lost his ability to fight, but the other 5 were not in a good state either. They were all pale and had some injuries. This battle was extremely difficult. Hui was simply a monster. He was able to fight against 6 people at once. It was terrifying. If this battle continued, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Chunzong kept his sword whirled. He had used up too much energy after maintaining it for a long time. However, he was not injured, but his face was pale. He had used the embryonic form of the Song of the Wind Ao Wu a few times, which consumed his divine will. The recovery speed of the divine will was too slow. Chunzong was not injured because the others cooperated with him. After all, they all knew that Chunzong's divine will was a threat to Hui. Therefore, Chunzong could not die. Once he died, the others would be less of a threat to Hui. Hui was injured because he was hit by Chunzong's divine will. There was a momentary pause, which allowed them to take advantage of the opportunity to attack him. How many more divine will attacks can you use? Deng Xing asked quickly as he crossed paths with Chunzong. 3 times, Chunzong replied quickly. All right, kill Hui within 3 times. Deng Xing's tone was resolute. Chunzong performed the Song of the Listening Wind once again. Every time he performed it, Chunzong's usage of the Song of the Listening Wind became better. Divine intent attacks were hard to dodge and hard to defend against. Kill. Others took advantage of the opportunity to attack, and Rong was more seriously injured. Without any hesitation, Chunzong unleashed 2 more bursts of power and performed the Song of the Listening to the Wind twice. The power of his divine will was almost depleted, and he felt as if his head was being pricked by needles. The excruciating pain made Chunzong frown. He felt extremely uncomfortable and lost the ability to fight for a while. After all, the 9-fold mixed killing mystic technique could also stack the power of the 2 attack. The other 4 people also erupted with power, disregarding everything else. Attack. Bombardment. In an instant, Deng Long was heavily injured. As his body trembled, he coughed up blood. However, in that instant, he erupted again, brandishing his great mace to counterattack. Mo Luoluo was directly hit and was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his figure slowly faded. He was already dead. It was extremely tragic. Chunzong did not attack again. Instead, he focused on recovering his power. Cultivation power could be recovered with the help of elixirs, but it was difficult to recover the power of his divine will. He could only recover it on his own. The remaining 3 people attacked Denglong with all their might. Denglong stood where he was and continuously brandished his great mace to counterattack. Boom! Saintly Sky Tassel was also killed. However, Denglong staggered and his robe was torn apart. Blood flowed out from his body as he panted heavily. Deng Xing and Green Nightmare were the only ones who could fight, but they were also exhausted. One of Deng Xing's arms drooped down, as weak as a snake that had its spine removed. Green Nightmare's leg was crippled, so his speed was limited. "You're all dead." Denglong grinned. His aura was extremely dangerous. "You're the one who's going to die." Deng Xing forced a smile and attacked again. Green Nightmare also gave up on his speed. He gathered the last of his strength and performed the embryonic form of the Ao Wu again. Collision. The final collision. Deng Xing and Green Nightmare flew backward and spat out blood. They fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Denglong retreated and staggered as if he was drunk. In the end, he knelt down on one knee and supported himself with his great mace to prevent himself from falling to the ground. He squinted one of his eyes and blood flowed down from the corner of his eye. He looked at Deng Xing and Green Nightmare with the other eye and smiled. A cruel smile. Deng Xing and Green Nightmare were still alive, but they had fallen to the ground and could not get up immediately. Should we take this chance to kill them? Some of the people who were watching the battle from afar were bold enough to think about it. Their thoughts were like the temptation of the devil, growing crazily and uncontrollably. Normally, they would not have dared to think about it. However, they were all heavily injured and seemed to have lost the ability to fight even though they were still alive. Wasn't this the best chance to kill them all? They had been killed by them before. If they killed them now, it would be the same as killing them back. Finally, that thought could no longer be suppressed. The group of people immediately moved, exploding forth with their fastest speed. Without hesitation, they directly attacked Feng Xian, erupting with their most tyrannical attack. Denglong raised his head slightly and looked at them with a ferocious expression. A bunch of ants. As soon as he finished speaking, Ho once again burst forth with a terrifying power. The huge truncheon swept across the sky, bursting forth with a dark golden ring of stars that swept out. Immediately, all the incoming attacks were shattered, and Ho even counterattacked. Kill! 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 Oh no! Run! In an instant their expressions changed drastically. They were horrified. However, they were still one step too late. Under the impact of the dark golden ring, these audacious people were all killed. At the same time, a cold green light pierced through the sky. Chen Zong attacked with his sword. He gathered the last of his strength to perform the wind's extremity of the embryonic form of the Ao Wu. It was the fastest and sharpest sword. After this attack, Denglong's strength was almost exhausted. He could not maintain the 9 Mysteries protection technique. Facing Chen Zong's sudden attack, Denglong could not dodge at all. His reaction was even slower by a hair's breadth. This hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Piercing. In an instant, Chen Zong's sword pierced through the center of Ho's brows. At the same time, Ho also launched a counterattack in this desperate situation. Ho shot out like a dragon, aiming for Chen Zong's body. Mutual destruction. Denglong and Chen Zong died almost at the same time. However, they killed Denglong in the end. With Denglong's death, everyone felt a repulsive force fall on them, as if trying to squeeze them out. Sure enough, Denglong was the only disciple who survived. However, under the joint attack of 6 experts, he was killed in the end after a fierce battle. Tragic. This battle was truly incomparably tragic. 1,000 disciples quickly escaped from the ruins of the battle, which meant that this year's disciples' assembly was coming to an end. Next, naturally, was the ranking. 1,000 disciples appeared in a spacious and huge hall. The hall was vast and majestic. Soon after, a huge scroll appeared in the main hall. It opened naturally and fell down. The gazes of all the disciples were attracted to the huge scroll. Top 100 list of the disciples' assembly. The 7 words were very conspicuous and eye-catching. Below the 7 words there was a blank space. Immediately, at the bottom of the scroll, there seemed to be an invisible pen in the hand of a calligraphy grandmaster. The first name appeared, emitting a silver-gray light. It became clear as it shone. This name was at the bottom. Naturally, it was the 100th name. Then, the invisible pen wrote the second name, which was the 99th name. As the names appeared one after another, the 1,000 disciples stared at the scroll. When they saw their own names appear on it, some of them felt extremely excited. However, there were also some who frowned, as if they were not satisfied with their rankings. Basically, those who frowned were full of confidence in their own strength. They thought that they could get a higher ranking, but their rankings were not satisfactory. The last 10, the last 20, the last 30. More and more names appeared, but Chernzong did not see his name. He could not help but feel serious. Could it be that he did not enter the top 100? That should be impossible. With the 700 points he had, it should not be a problem for him to enter the top 100. Now that the last 50 had been listed, did that mean that his ranking should be in the top 50? If 1,000 disciples could see the list, naturally, the other disciples could see it too. That was because the image of the list had appeared outside. Chernzong's name is not on it. Could it be that he did not enter the top 10? Everyone in the Tao Alliance was paying close attention, especially Lin Ming. As the person who recommended Chernzong to the Tao Alliance, he paid the most attention to Chernzong. Only the top 30 are left. It seems that there is no hope. How can this be? Lin Ming was confused. He felt that with Chernzong's strength, he should be able to enter the top 100. Lin Ming was quite confident that Chernzong would enter the top 100. As for the top 30, he had no confidence at all. After all, it was limited by race, talent, background, and so on. It could be said that only the monster from 10,000 years ago from the human race had entered the top 30. He was ranked 13th. The 29th place was still not Chernzong. The 28th place was still not Chernzong. As the names appeared one after another, the hearts of the Tao Alliance members gradually sank. The chances of entering the top 20 were even lower. Then, the 13th place was still not Chernzong, nor was it a human. It was an Origin clan member. "It's hopeless," Lingjin said. "He can't enter the top 10. No one in the Tao Alliance spoke. "It's fine. Chernzong's cultivation time is still too short. Let him stay in the spirit focus realm for another 100 years. I believe that in the next disciple assembly, his strength will increase again. He should be able to enter the top 100. Finally, the palace lord spoke. As if a hammer had struck the final nail, everyone fell silent. They could only accept this fact helplessly. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. Chapter 2470. Outside the hall, everyone was in a heated discussion as they stared at the list. There were already 90 names on the list. After the name, there was also the name of the person's race, followed by the points and the number of death. There's no human. Isn't it normal that there's no human? It's been many years since the human race made it into the top 100. It's normal that no one made it into the top 100 this time. The human race was at its peak 10,000 years ago. That person got 13th place. Chernzong's heart sank to the bottom of the hall. There were already 90 names on the list, but he wasn't among them. The remaining 10 names were the top 10. His chances of making it into the top 10 were slim. No matter how confident Chernzong was, he didn't dare to think so, especially after witnessing the strength of those strong disciples. Chernzong glanced at the 10th name. There were only 3 words in the name. It was a member of the heavenly human tribe. Moreover, it was the heavenly human tribe that Chernzong knew. Sagely Liusu. Luolua's ranking wasn't low either. He was ranked 11th, and his points were only 1 point away from Sagely Liusu's. The name of the 9th rank also appeared. When the first word appeared, Chernzong's eyes instantly shot out a ray of light. Everyone in the Tao Alliance was a little dejected. However, when they saw the first word, they were stunned. It was Chen. Chen what? Was there anyone among the Origin tribesmen who had such a name? When the second word appeared, Chernzong's eyes widened. Even his breathing stopped. Chernzong. A murmur sounded in the Tao Alliance. It was filled with disbelief. Did I see it wrong? Someone rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. There was no mistake. It was indeed Chernzong's name, followed by the word human. Finally, there was the number of points he had. It was more than 700. This meant that Chernzong had killed over 700 prodigy disciples in the deathly battle ruins. After all, the 1,000 disciples who could enter the deathly battle ruins were selected from tens of thousands of people. They were the elites among them. 9th place. Lin Ming's voice was trembling, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. I'm in 9th place. Chernzong was also in a daze. This ranking was completely out of his expectations. Chernzong was sure that he could make it to the top 100, but he didn't dare to expect to make it to the top 10. It was too difficult. There were many people who were stronger than him, who would have thought that not only was he in the top 100, but he was also in the top 10, ranked 9th. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Within the Tao Alliance, the Palace Lord, who had just suggested that Chernzong suppress his cultivation base for 100 years and participate in the next disciple meet, opened his mouth wide. For a moment, his expression was blank. Even someone like him, who was used to seeing great storms, didn't know how to react. After a long while, the Palace Lord finally closed his mouth and revealed a smile. After all, he had experienced countless storms and waves, so he still had the ability to remain calm. Even if his heart was as shocked as a raging sea, he still had to remain calm on the surface. This was the recuperation and demeanor a Palace Lord should have. Although he regained his composure on the surface, the Palace Lord's heart was blooming with joy. 9th place. That was the 9th place. That was a higher ranking than that monstrous genius from 10,000 years ago. Of course, the 13th place was also very high, but it didn't make it into the top 10. Chernzong, on the other hand, really made it into the top 10. Exclamations of surprise rang out everywhere. In the first heaven, second heaven, and third heaven, especially the human disciples, they were incomparably shocked. In the third heaven, the eyes of the war demon, who was wearing a ghost mask, shone brightly. He didn't have the qualifications to enter the deathly battle ruins. He was just a bit short. If there were 100 more spots, the war devil would have been able to enter the ruins. However, there were only 1,000 spots, not 1,100. Chernzong, no matter where you go, you're always so dazzling. A deep voice came from under the mask. It was somewhat dull. However, wait for me. It'll be very, very soon. I won't lose to you. Exhaling a long breath, Chernzong calmed down and regained his composure. The 8th place belonged to a member of the Origin race. The 7th place belonged to Wang Monglia from the Giant race. From the 6th place to the 1st place, they were all members of the Origin race. The 1st place belonged to Hui, who was as terrifying as a monster. He had obtained more than 900 points. The 2nd place belonged to a member of the Origin race named Sui Han, not Deng Xing. He had obtained almost 900 points. The 3rd place belonged to Deng Xing. However, there was still a big gap between his strength and Hui's. He had obtained about 850 points. Chernzong didn't know how he was compared to Sui Han. Because Chernzong didn't encounter Sui Han in the death battle ruins, he naturally didn't know how strong he was. In the last battle, the 6 of them had joined forces. In terms of injuries, Deng Xing was the one who had caused the most damage to Hui. At least half of Hui's injuries were caused by Deng Xing. The 4th place belonged to a member of the origin race named Wu Dao. Chen Zong didn't encounter him either. The 5th place belonged to Qin Yan. Then, another scroll appeared. When it was opened, 1,000 names appeared. They were the names of the 1,000 disciples who had entered the death battle ruins. They were ranked from top to bottom. The 1st place belonged to Hui. After the 100th place, the rankings of the other disciples were displayed. They could see their own rankings. However, it was difficult to obtain any rewards after the 100th place. Only the top 100 disciples could get reward. The rewards were divided into 3 levels: top 100 rewards, top 10 rewards, top 3 rewards. Of course, the rewards for each level would more or less have some differences due to the difference in ranking. Starting from the 100th place, the rewards were announced one by one. The 9th place belongs to Chen Zong from the human race. 5th Heaven True Disciple. His rewards are as follows: 29 Heaven Origin Elixirs, 209 Heaven Origin Elixirs, 20,000 Cosmos God Crystals. As the announcement sounded, Chen Zong was still a little dazed when he heard his rewards. The 9 Heaven Origin Elixirs and 9 Heaven Origin Elixirs were not ordinary. On average, a true disciple would get 1 elixir per year. Now, he got 200 elixirs each, which was equivalent to 200 years of accumulation. The Cosmos God Crystals were a common currency and had other uses. They were not cheap. However, this was not the end. The announcement continued to announce Chen Zong's rewards. 2 years in the 9 great sacred palaces, 2 months in Mount Wuang, and 2 months in the refinement path world. The announcement paused. Chen Zong almost stopped breathing. This reward was amazing. Besides the refinement path world, Chen Zong had been to the 9 great sacred palaces and Mount Wuang. He knew very well that the cultivation effects were amazing. Now, he got 3 years and 3 months, which was more than before. The others were envious. In view of the fact that Chen Zong is from the human race and is from the 3rd sequence void, his outstanding performance in the disciple assembly has attracted the attention of more than half of the 9 heavens imperial courts supremes. Chen Zong is given a special reward. What? Special reward? One by one, they were shocked. The special rewards were not included in the rewards for ranking in the disciple meet. In theory, all the participants of the disciple meet were eligible to receive the special rewards. However, in reality, only a small number of disciples were able to receive the special rewards. After all, the special reward was targeted at those who performed well in the disciple assembly. Chen Zong was from the human race and was from the 3rd sequence void. However, he could kill more than 700 disciples and ranked 9th in the disciple assembly. From this, one could see how extraordinary he was. Of course, Chen Zong's performance in the death battle ruins was clearly seen by the supremes of the 8th heaven. Because of this, more than half of the supremes passed and gave the special reward. When Chen Zong heard that voice, he also revealed a dumbfounded look. The special reward is as follows. True disciple Chen Zong is promoted to the 6th heaven. 2 months in Mount Wuang, 1 month in the refinement path world, and 2 years in the 9 great sacred palaces. For a moment, Chen Zong was stunned. The total reward was too generous, so generous that it made people jealous. Finally, all the rewards were announced. Zheng was the first, so his reward was the most generous. However, if all the rewards were added together, Chen Zong's ranking reward and special reward were not much inferior to Zheng's. They were even more generous than Sui Han's. For a moment, Chen Zong was the center of attention. Their gazes were full of envy and passion, which made Chen Zong's scalp tingle. Chen Zong also silently counted the rewards he received. 209 Heavens Origin Refining Pills, 209 Heavens Origin Recovery Pills, and 20,000 Cosmos God Crystals were the lowest reward. The others were worth more. The cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces was 2 years for the ranking reward and 2 years for the special reward. The total was 4 years. Moreover, if Chernzong remembered correctly, it would be the next 10 years soon. He would be able to get cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces again. And because he was promoted to the 6th heaven, he could get 2 years in 10 years instead of 1 year in 10 years. In this way, Chernzong would be able to accumulate 6 years of cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces. The cultivation time in Mount Wuang was 2 months for the ranking reward and 2 months for the special reward, which added up to 4 months. And the true disciple of the 6th heaven could enter Mount Wuang to cultivate for a month every 100 years. In this way it would be 5 months. Finally, the cultivation time in the refinement Tao world was 2 months for the ranking reward and 1 month for the special reward, which added up to 3 months. Including the 1 month that Chernzong had not used, it added up to 4 months. Then, Chernzong would have 209 Heavens Origin Refining Pills, 209 Heavens Origin Recovery Pills, 20,000 Cosmos God Crystals, 6 years of cultivation time in the 9 great sacred palaces, 5 months in Mount Wuang and 4 months in the refinement Tao world. These resources added up should be enough for my strength to reach a higher level. Chernzong was inwardly excited. There was a huge difference in one's cultivation with or without cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, it might be hard to make any effective progress in 10 years just by relying on one's own effort. But on the contrary, if one had enough cultivation resources, 1 year of improvement might surpass 10 years of cultivation. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Guest Residence Mobile Edition website. Chapter 2471. Shocking. Chernzong had shocked everyone. He was the biggest dark horse in this batch of disciples. Combining everything, he was an unparalleled dark horse. Besides Chernzong, there were 4 other people who received special rewards. However, their rewards could not be compared to Chernzong's. One of them was promoted from an outer disciple to a true disciple of the 4th heaven. Another one was promoted from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven and received other rewards. In short, some people were happy while others were sad. Overall, everyone was happy. Chernzong was promoted from a true disciple of the 5th heaven to the 6th heaven. Naturally, he had to choose a new mountain for his cultivation. In addition, Jiao Yi and the other 20 attendants did not leave when he was at his lowest point. Chernzong did not give up on them this time. Instead, he brought them to the 6th heaven. This was Chernzong's right. Jiao Yi and the other attendants were naturally very excited. It should be known that the cultivation environment of the 6th heaven was much better than that of the 5th heaven. In the 6th heaven, even if they could not get any extra resources, the improvement of their cultivation environment was a very good opportunity. In addition to these substantial benefits, there was also an invisible improvement in their status. The attendants of the 6th heaven were of a higher level than those of the 5th heaven. Sure enough, they did not leave the Heart Sword Peak at that time. Of course, Chernzong also named the mountain of the 6th heaven Heart Sword Peak. The palace on it was also named the Heart Sword Palace. As for the original cultivation place of the 5th heaven, it was no longer called the Heart Sword Peak. It was cancelled and would be given a new name one day when it was chosen by others. The world chi of the 6th heaven is indeed richer and purer. The fluctuation of the great Tao is also clearer. Standing on the Heart Sword Peak, the mountain breeze blew gently, blowing his hair and clothes. Chernzong unconsciously closed his eyes and revealed a touch of satisfaction. The feeling of being immersed in the rich and pure world chi was very wonderful and comfortable. It seemed that the speed of the clear wind force in his body had been improved imperceptibly. Sure enough, the quality of the cultivation environment had a great impact. If he had cultivated in the environment of the 6th heavenly layer, his cultivation speed would have been much faster. Now, my cultivation and abilities have basically increased to the limit of the spirit focus realm, Chen Zong thought to himself. Then, should I try to break through to the third realm next? In the universe, the first level, Tao Force, was the threshold of the true path of cultivation. The second level, Spirit Focus, was the foundation. The third level, God Phase, was the true starting point. One would have the qualifications to travel the universe, but it was only barely enough. One could only travel in a small area. Only those who had reached the fourth level were truly qualified. As for those who had reached the fifth level, they could be considered a powerhouse. In the original Void, he had already reached the limit of the Yuan underworld realm. The next step would be to break through to the divine ability realm. If that unparalleled opportunity had not appeared, he would have been a divine ability realm cultivator by now. However, that unparalleled opportunity had come at the right time and Chen Zong had also grasped it. Even though he was still equivalent to the Yuan underworld realm and had not broken through to a higher realm, Chen Zong did not have any regret. On the contrary, it would have been his greatest regret if he had not obtained this opportunity. Although he was equivalent to the Yuan underworld realm in terms of level, there was an essential difference. At the very least, Chen Zong was certain that his current combat strength had completely surpassed what it had been in the past. In the past, he had been able to match the combat strength of a 2-star divine ability realm cultivator. Now, it would not be difficult for him to match a 3-star divine ability realm cultivator. However, it seemed that he had also reached the limit now. Just as Chen Zong was pondering and preparing to break through to the third realm, Lin Ming arrived. Senior. Chen Zong greeted Lin Ming with a sword salute. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations. Lin Ming laughed heartily. When he saw that Chen Zong was ranked 9th, the excitement in Lin Ming's heart was indescribable. It lasted for a long time before he slowly calmed down. One had to know that Lin Ming was a 4th realm powerhouse and had experienced a lot. It was very difficult for him to lose his composure, let alone be excited for a long time. It was obvious how shocking the impact of Chen Zong's ranking was. Shocking. This was an incomparable shock. It was not just him, but the entire Tao Alliance was also shocked. Lin Ming was a straightforward person, and his words were also straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush. Besides congratulating you, I also came to see you this time. There is also an important person who wants to see you, Lin Ming said. An important person wants to see me? Chen Zong was slightly startled. Who is it? You will know when you get there. Lin Ming smiled. Chen Zong did not ask any more questions and left with Lin Ming. This time, they did not leave the 6th heaven. Instead, they went directly to the Tao Alliance's headquarters in the 6th heaven. The headquarters of the Tao Alliance, the solitary Horn Castle, the Great Black Forest, and the Full Moon Valley were all located in the 6th heaven. After stepping into the Tao Alliance's headquarters, they kept going deeper and deeper. Finally, they stopped in front of a small valley. The important person who wants to see you is inside. Lin Ming smiled. Go on. Chen Zong glanced at it for a moment before he stepped forward, stepping into the entrance of the valley. Deep and quiet. There was no sound in this valley. It was very quiet, but it did not make people feel frightened. Instead, there was a kind of peaceful feeling. That invisible aura was everywhere, and it made people feel peaceful and comfortable. As he walked, Chen Zong saw a simple and unadorned courtyard appear in front of him. The door of the courtyard was open, as if it was welcoming guests. Chen Zong walked in and saw a figure standing in front of a table in the courtyard. The figure was writing with a brush. Every stroke had an indescribable feeling that far exceeded Chen Zong's realm. As he looked, Chen Zong felt that the figure was unfathomable. There was an incomparable mystery contained in the figure. However, he could not see anything else. Chen Zong did not disturb the figure. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, watching and waiting. The middle-aged man did not seem to notice Chen Zong's arrival. He ignored him, and was completely immersed in writing, constantly writing words full of Taoist charm. After a short moment, the final stroke was drawn. It was like a silver hook and iron drawing, like the edge of a blade, yet also like a strand of sword light, and it was suffused with an unparalleled profundity and sharpness. It seemed as if it directly flashed past Chen Zong's heart, causing Chen Zong to suddenly tremble, while an indescribable feeling instantly surged into his heart. In just a moment, as if struck by lightning, he was completely stunned. It seemed that he had sunk into a strange state. The middle-aged man in a pale golden robe gently put down his brush. He raised his head and looked over with his hands behind his back. His seemingly ordinary face was filled with a faint smile. His eyes seemed to be flickering with rays of light. It seemed that he wanted to see through Chen Zong. Time passed slowly. The middle-aged man turned his head and carefully looked at the dozens of words he had written. At last, he waved his hand and the words of several crosses suddenly disappeared as if they were directly erased. About half an hour later, Chen Zong suddenly woke up. "Little guy, what did you gain?" The middle-aged man looked over with a smile and asked neither too fast nor too slow. "Chen Zong greets Senior. Thank you, Senior, for your advice." Chen Zong immediately saluted with his sword. "I gained a little." Indeed, the moment of enlightenment just now was just half an hour, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Chen Zong had a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. However, it was only a preliminary stage. He still needed more time to sort it out. He believed that once he finished sorting it out, the improvement in the way of the sword would be even more obvious. This was no doubt an opportunity given by the middle-aged man. In this year's disciple assembly, your performance was completely unexpected. Everyone expected it. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Compared to the demon of our human race 10,000 years ago, you are even more outstanding. Thank you, Senior, for your praise." Chen Zong responded, "But how should I address you? I am the primitive emperor." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "My other identity is the Master of the Tao Alliance." Chen Zong was shocked. The Master of the Tao Alliance. That was the expert who founded the Tao Alliance. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he was also a well-deserved expert. He did not expect that this was the big shot who summoned him. "Greetings, Master." Chen Zong saluted again. "No need to be so polite. Make yourself at home." The primitive emperor smiled and said, "I summoned you this time mainly to meet you in person. After all, your performance in the Death Battle Ruins was amazing. I am also very curious. Born in the third rank void, but with such amazing talent. This is the first time I have seen or heard of someone like you. Even the demon of our human race 10,000 years ago was at least born in the second rank void. Third rank void and second rank void were both from the human race. However, there was still an innate difference between them. Master, who was the demon of the human race 10,000 years ago?" Chen Zong could not help but ask curiously because he had heard it many times. "His name is Emowui." The primitive emperor smiled and said. Chen Zong came to a realization. Previously, in the Tao Alliance's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, he saw a book of sword practice insights called Emowui's Sword Practice Insight. It was also the sword practice insights that led him to the correct path of sword Tao. For a moment, Chen Zong was even more curious about Emowui. Emowui can also be called a genius in the sword Tao. The primitive emperor smiled and said, "Unfortunately, he is not in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court now, and I don't know when he will return. Otherwise, I would have let you meet him." Chen Zong was also looking forward to meeting Emowui. However, since he was not in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he could only leave it to fate. "Little guy, I summoned you this time, not only because I want to meet you, but also because I want to meet you back then. The primitive emperor smiled and his expression immediately turned cold and solemn. You should also know that the origin of our human race can't be compared to the 4 major races. The highest is only the second-rank void. Therefore, it is necessary for us to unite. This is also the purpose of the Tao Alliance's first master and the ancestors of the Tao Alliance when they established the Tao Alliance. It is to let our human race have a cohesive force, and also to provide shelter and guidance for the newcomers. Chernzong listened to the primitive emperor's words quietly and did not interrupt. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Version website. Chapter 2472. Many years ago, when the human race was first guided into the universe by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, it was like walking into a bustling city for the first time from a remote mountain valley. The impact they received in that instant was unimaginable. After obtaining the cultivation resources from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, those humans began to improve by leaps and bounds. However, because the human race's innate talent was indeed nothing special, they appeared rather mediocre. As such, it was difficult for them to compare with the other races, especially the origin race. They were completely inferior. If one's strength was insufficient, one's status would be low. This was the same everywhere. Therefore, in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the human race was mostly ostracized and oppressed. Because of this, the First Alliance Master and the other Tao Alliance ancestors shared the same ideals. They worked together and eventually established the Tao Alliance, gathering the humans in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Only then did they truly establish themselves in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Now, the Tao Alliance had been established for more than 1,000,000 years. From its establishment until now, it had grown stronger and stronger. However, it was still at the bottom level among the 9 major forces of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Until now, the ancestors of the Tao Alliance had either died or disappeared. The current primitive emperor was the 3rd Alliance Master. There were also 2 Vice Alliance Masters, one was the 3rd and the other was the 4th. Under the Vice Alliance Masters were the Venerables, also known as Great Venerables. There were a total of 9 of them. Under the Great Venerables were the Guardians. The number of Guardians was slightly higher, about 100 of them. The Great Venerables were 5th Realm experts, and the Guardians were 4th Realm experts. In other words, there were at least 9 5th Realm experts in the Tao Alliance. Not counting the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Masters, there were more than 100 4th Realm experts. If compared to the Void, it was equivalent to having at least 9 Sovereign Realm experts and 100 Tao Venerables. Even the Will Heavenly Palace was far from it. However, the Tao Alliance with such strength was at the bottom level among the 9 major forces of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was hard to imagine how strong the other 8 major forces were. Of course, the Single-Horn Castle and the Tao Alliance were not much different. The primitive emperor's purpose of summoning Chernzong was very straightforward. First, he wanted to meet Chernzong face to face and have a chat with him to increase his understanding of Chernzong. With the primitive emperor's experience, he could easily see the other party's character and temperament and see if he was worth nurturing. Although some people had outstanding talent, their temperament was not good and not worth nurturing. Because after nurturing, not only did they not contribute to the Tao Alliance, but instead they only cared about their own interests. How could such people be nurtured? There were very few things that didn't ask for returns. There was no love and hatred and love without cause. Compared to those who fought for their own fortuitous opportunities and faced life and death crises, having someone give them a fortuitous opportunity and then returning the favor was the safest and gentler way. The primitive emperor was the leader of the Tao Alliance and also one of the supremacies of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He had a lofty status and was usually very busy, so he wouldn't casually summon anyone. He would only do so if there was an important matter or if he thought highly of someone. was he venerables. When Chernzong left the primitive emperor's courtyard, he had gained a lot. Little guy, I do have some opportunities, but I can't give you too much. It's not good for you, the primitive emperor said in a low voice in the courtyard. It sounded as if giving the other party more opportunities would allow the other party to improve even more. However, giving too much would leave behind a hidden negative effect. Reaping without sowing was not a good thing for cultivators, especially those who relied on their own abilities, because they were geniuses who made their way through step by step. Fighting for and obtaining by oneself was the result of one's hard work. Of course, a simple gift was nothing. Everything was about being just right. Chernzong left quickly with the primitive emperor's gift. To be honest, Chernzong was surprised that he could get the opportunities, because he didn't think about it when he came. The first opportunity was the comprehension that the primitive emperor gave him when he came. At that time, he only had a preliminary understanding. He needed to go back and study it. The second opportunity was a secret technique, an incomplete secret technique. When the primitive emperor learned that Chernzong cultivated both qi and body cultivation, he was very surprised. When he learned that Chernzong didn't have a body cultivation technique comparable to the Nine Heavens Breath Gale Annihilation, the primitive emperor gave Chernzong a secret technique. This secret technique was called Mirror's Extremity. It was obtained by the primitive emperor in a secret realm in the universe many years ago. As it was only the first volume, it was only useful for the first 3 realms. Moreover, it required one to have extraordinary attainments in both qi cultivation and body cultivation to be able to cultivate it. It was extremely difficult for the human race to cultivate both qi and body cultivation. Only a few people had the ability to do so. Therefore, Mirror's Extremity had always been in the hands of the primitive emperor. Now the opportunity was right, and he gave it to Chernzong. After leaving the valley, Chernzong saw Lin Ming waiting outside. They chatted and laughed as they left, returning to the Heart Sword Peak. Lin Ming's cave dwelling was in the 5th heaven. He couldn't stay in the 6th heaven for long, so he left. After returning to the Heart Sword Peak and entering the Heart Sword Palace, Chernzong began his seclusion. The first thing was to comprehend the mystery of the Sword Tao. The primitive emperor wasn't a sword cultivator, but as an expert, he had dabbled in the Sword Tao. Or rather, he had a certain understanding. At least compared to Chernzong, he had a better understanding. Therefore, the mysteries brought by his brush tip gave Chernzong a kind of inspiration, allowing him to comprehend. As for the first volume of the secret technique Mirror's Extremity, Chernzong put it aside for the time being. Because the Heart Sutra directly activated the Heart 10 Intense, comprehending it at the fastest speed. That kind of comprehension would stay in the mind and would slowly fade with the passage of time. He had to seize the time to comprehend it with all his might before it completely faded. The effect of comprehending with the Heart 10 Intense was more than 10 times that of normal comprehension. It was comprehending from 10 different angles. That kind of improvement could be said to be more than 20 or even 30 times more. Time passed. A month later, a straight line appeared between Chernzong's eyebrows. It was like a sword edge, spreading out a shockingly sharp fluctuation. That was the Sword Tao divine pattern. It was a sword pattern that Chernzong had comprehended and condensed before. But before that, the sword pattern wasn't as clear as it was now, and its sharp aura wasn't as strong as it was now. This meant that Chernzong had condensed the first sword pattern to the extreme. Immediately after, another rune appeared beside the first rune. However, the rune was extremely faint and couldn't be compared to the first rune at all. The second sword pattern. Chernzong opened his eyes, revealing a trace of excitement. He didn't expect that the opportunity brought by the primitive emperor's brush tip not only allowed him to condense the first sword pattern to the extreme, but also allowed him to condense the second sword pattern. Even if it was just a very faint one and didn't have much power, It meant that his comprehension of the Sword Tao had increased. He took a step forward. In the spirit condensation realm, there were very few people who could condense two great path divine patterns. At least as far as Chen Zong knew, there were only a few people who were at the spirit condensation realm. For example, Ho, Deng Xing, Green Nightmare, and so on. As for Sui Han and Wu Dao, Chen Zong hadn't fought with them before, nor had he seen their battle. So, he wasn't sure. But thinking about it, they should have condensed two great path divine patterns. It could be seen how difficult it was to condense two great path divine patterns in the spirit condensation realm. The second sword pattern is just a preliminary condensation. Next, I'll slowly comprehend it and completely condense it, Chen Zong said to himself. In the cultivation of the universe, the spirit condensation realm was equivalent to building one's foundation. The more solid the foundation was, the more helpful it would be for future cultivation. Because to a certain extent the foundation was equivalent to potential. The level of potential had a great impact on a cultivator's future cultivation. Those who didn't have a solid foundation and insufficient potential might stay in the third realm for a long time. But if the foundation was solid enough and the potential was enough, then the time they stayed in the third realm would be shorter, unless they deliberately suppressed their realm and didn't break through. Previously, Chen Zong had the idea of breaking through to the third realm. After all, he felt that he had reached the limit of the second realm. But now, he temporarily suppressed this idea, because he could still continue to improve, at least in the Sword Tao. After completely condensing the second sword pattern, he would think about breaking through. Then, he would start to cultivate the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique. The Extreme Mirror Secret Technique was a very special secret technique. It couldn't directly increase one's strength, but it also didn't need to be used. It was the kind of unique secret technique that would always exist once it was mastered. The cultivation requirements of the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique were very high. That was, one had to cultivate both body refining and chi refining at the same time. But there were very, very few cultivators who could do this. Moreover, those races with special talents didn't count. For example, the giant race had extremely strong bodies. Even if they walked on the path of chi refining and improved their physique, they couldn't cultivate the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique because it wasn't a power that they cultivated themselves. This point was very interesting. The function of the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique was to equalize the power of chi refining and body refining at the same time. In other words, take Chen Zong's situation as an example. Chen Zong cultivated the annihilation force of the nine heavens breathing gale on the chi refining path, but the cultivation method that he cultivated on the body refining path was inferior to the annihilation force of the nine heavens breathing gale on the chi refining path, so there was a gap in the power that he cultivated. But if he cultivated the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique, then Chen Zong didn't need to cultivate any special body refining technique, because the mystery of the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique would allow Chen Zong to cultivate chi refining technique at the same time as his body refining technique, leading to the simultaneous improvement of his body refining technique. In other words, the Extreme Mirror Secret Technique allowed Chen Zong to improve his chi refining and body refining at the same time when he cultivated. Moreover, the level of power wouldn't be inferior to that of chi refining at all. It was as if he had also mastered a body refining technique of the same level as the chi refining technique. Moreover, he could cultivate both at the same time, which would be more efficient. The advantages were so obvious, but of course, the disadvantages were also there. That was, the resources consumed during cultivation would be doubled, but this was nothing. After comprehending, Chen Zong immediately began to cultivate. The Extreme Mirror Secret Technique was not very difficult. With Chen Zong's comprehension ability and the help of the Heart Sutra, he completely comprehended it in just a few days. Of course, it might not be easy for others. After comprehending it, Chen Zong immediately began to cultivate. Chapter 2473. The practice of mirror's extremity was not difficult. It was very easy for Chen Zong to practice it after comprehending and mastering its mystery. In just one day, Chen Zong had mastered it. I don't feel anything, Chen Zong said to himself. It seemed that there was no difference whether he had mastered it or not. However, when Chen Zong ran the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath, he immediately felt that a part of the cool breeze force was leaving the track of the qi cultivation system and entering his body. It spread out and began to run in his body under the guidance of an invisible force. It was like wisps of cool breeze blowing through his body. It was a wonderful feeling. Under the gentle breeze, Chen Zong's body refining cultivation did not change, but his body refining strength was increasing. It became more powerful and gradually caught up with the qi cultivation strength. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong took out 9 heaven energy pills from time to speed up his practice. When Chen Zong consumed 59 heaven energy pills, he felt that the cool breeze paused slightly, gradually weakened, and finally disappeared. Level. The level of the body refining strength was finally level with the level of the qi cultivation strength. Lingwu Supreme Method. Without hesitation, Chen Zong used this secret method in an instant. Immediately, the qi cultivation strength and the body refining strength were mobilized and merged into a more powerful force. However, Chen Zong could feel that this force was still the cool breeze force, because the qi cultivation strength and the body refining strength had the same nature. They both originated from the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath. This kind of increase feels stronger than before. Chen Zong felt it carefully and was overjoyed. This seemed to be because the qi cultivation strength and the body refining strength came from the same source. In that case, my strength has increased by about 50%. Chen Zong came to a conclusion after trying it out. This kind of increase was because in the universe, the power of the martial arts had a greater impact on one's strength. Secondly, it was because the two systems of power came from the same source. With his strength increased by 50%, Chen Zong's strength had improved significantly. If my strength is increased by 50% in the Death Battle Ruins, I wonder if I can compete with the Green Nightmare? Chen Zong thought to himself. His final answer was uncertain. But no matter what, he had indeed improved a lot. I need time to condense the second sword mark. I won't be able to break through to the divine phase realm in a short period of time. I've raised my cultivation to the maximum as well. Without a unique constitution, this is all I can do. Next, I should improve my swordsmanship and sword Dao. Chen Zong fell into deep thought. He now had 6 years of cultivation time in the 9 sacred halls, 5 months in Mount Wuang, and 4 months in the world of refinement. However, the world of refinement was still inaccessible at the moment, but the 9 great temples and Mount Wuang could. Let's try the 3 great trial grounds first, Chen Zong muttered to himself as he came out of seclusion. After passing the 3rd level of all 3 trial grounds, he would get a chance to choose a supreme martial art or supreme secret technique. If he passed the 5th level, he would get a second chance. Previously, Chen Zong passed the 3rd level of the Supreme Battle Tower and the Infinite Slaughter Sea respectively, but failed at the 4th level. In the Thousand Illusion House, he passed the 4th level and stopped at the 5th. What about now? In terms of strength, he had improved quite a bit compared to before. Could he pass the 3rd level? It was worth a try. Chen Zong immediately left the Happy Sword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. This time, Chen Zong didn't rely on his legs. Instead, he rode on the golden-feathered eagle puppet. This was the 6th level of the True Gate. It was one of the rewards given by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The golden-feathered eagle puppet flew at twice the speed of the Fengxian bird puppet. Therefore, it didn't take long for Chen Zong to arrive at the Realm Gate Mountain and enter the Realm Gate Palace. A figure appeared. It was still Elder Black. This surprised Chen Zong. Elder Black was in the Realm Gate Mountain of the fifth heaven. Was it the same for the sixth heaven? However, Chen Zong didn't ask directly. He passed through the Realm Gate and went straight to the Supreme Battle Tower to challenge. Chen Zong appeared on the fourth level immediately. Because he had been defeated on the fourth level before, Chen Zong's cultivation hadn't broken through and was still in the spirit condensation realm, so he didn't need to start from the first level again. The opponent on the fourth level was very strong. Chen Zong wasn't his match before, but this time, it might not be so. Fight. Activating all of his Qi refining power, the third layer of the Yin Thunder Force was also unleashed. The sword light pierced through the air and shot towards the opponent with a shocking strike. Fight, fight, fight. There was no probing. It was just a fierce battle. 10 years ago, Chen Zong was defeated on the fourth level. At that time, he had only mastered the first level of the annihilation force of the ninth heaven's breath, which was not as good as the consummation realm now. His swordsmanship then wasn't as profound and powerful as it was now. Flame of Heart. His strength was further enhanced. Lin Wu's supreme technique was used. His strength was enhanced again. Ninefold mixed killing technique. Kill. This opponent was killed by Chen Zong in the end. Chen Zong didn't use his full strength. At least, he hadn't used the sword pattern and the embryonic form of Ao Wu. The fifth level. After his strength was restored, Chen Zong took a deep breath and stepped into the fifth level. The strength of the opponent on the fifth level had increased by a lot. Just the power emitted from his body was very shocking and oppressive. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong exploded with all his strength in an instant. Immediately, he activated another sword pattern. Because the second sword pattern was just a preliminary condensation, it didn't have much power yet. Wind's extremity. With all his strength, the sword pierced through the air. Its speed was extremely fast. A cold light bloomed, sharp and unparalleled, piercing through everything. Wind's slash. Wind's mark. Wind's chant. Chen Zong continuously used the 4 embryonic forms of Ao Wu. But the opponent's strength was so strong that it was extremely terrifying. He couldn't gain the upper hand. Battle, battle, battle. In the end, Chen Zong was defeated. He couldn't defeat his opponent. The opponent was too strong. Chen Zong felt that he wasn't weaker than Green Nightmare. Of course, the opponent on the 5th level was different from Green Nightmare. He was more balanced in all aspects and didn't have any obvious weaknesses. He was very difficult to deal with. Although he was defeated, Chen Zong saw the gap between them. If he was a little stronger, he would have a chance to pass. If I condense the second sword pattern, I should have a chance to pass, Chen Zong thought to himself. Next, it was time to challenge the Thousand Illusions House. Chen Zong chose to start from the 4th level. After passing the 4th level, he entered the 5th level. But in the end, he was defeated. However, compared to the last time, he lasted a few breaths of time. It was a small improvement. Finally, he challenged the 1000 Kill C. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong passed the 4th level and started to challenge the 5th level. He was defeated. Just like the battle tower, he was defeated in the end. Next, I'll go to the Divine Martial Palace. Chen Zong immediately set off. The 9 divine palaces were divided into the outer palace, the middle palace, and the inner palace. The palace that Chen Zong had been to before was the outer palace. This time, Chen Zong wanted to go to the sword palace in the outer palace to continue comprehending the mysteries of the sword principles. Chen Zong had mastered more than 30 of the 99 mysteries of the ninefold genuine sword. There were still more than 50 that he hadn't mastered yet. If he could master all of them, his strength might not increase directly, but his accumulation of sword principles would definitely improve a lot, and his foundation of sword principles would be more solid. He had 6 years to cultivate, and Chernzong was confident that he could comprehend and master the remaining mysteries of the swordsmanship within this period of time. This might not increase his strength in a short period of time, but it would be very beneficial in the long run. Chernzong was not a short-sighted person. Stepping into the Sword Palace in the outer palace of the Divine Martial Palace, Chernzong began to comprehend. With more than 30 mysteries of the sword principles as a foundation, he had further adapted to the cultivation environment of the universe and experienced many battles. In addition, the purity and improvement of sword principles made Chernzong more efficient in comprehending the mysteries of the sword principles. It was at least several times more efficient than before. With the help of the Heart Sutra, the efficiency was simply amazing. Time flew. A year later, Chernzong successfully comprehended 13 mysteries of the sword principles and completely mastered them. In the following year, Chernzong comprehended and completely mastered 18 mysteries of the sword principles. In the third year, Chernzong's comprehension efficiency was further improved. He comprehended the remaining 25 mysteries of the sword principles. At this point, Chernzong had completely grasped the 99 mysteries of the 9-layered true sword. When Chernzong opened his eyes, there were countless sword lights flickering within them. One could vaguely see countless sword scars passing by, flickering in and out of existence. Gradually, Chernzong's consciousness seemed to return. His body was motionless, but there was an incomparable sharpness spreading out. This feeling is so fulfilling, Chernzong said to himself. He had completely comprehended and mastered the mysteries of the 9-fold true sword. There was a feeling of completeness in his body and mind. It was very fulfilling. With a change of mind, many spiritual lights gushed out like sword chi, as if they were unstoppable. With every breath, many inspirations about the sword principle would emerge. Then, the second sword pattern appeared between his eyebrows. It was much more condensed than 3 years ago, and he could already use its power. It was just like the first sword pattern 3 years ago, which had not yet been condensed to the extreme. This was beyond Chernzong's expectations. The second sword pattern is even more condensed. Then, what about the embryonic form of the 4AO Wu? Chernzong suddenly had an idea. However, this was not the place to experiment. Chernzong quickly came out of seclusion, and his mind calmed down. I'll go back to the Heart Sword Palace and go into seclusion to digest what I've comprehended in the past 3 years. After that, I'll go to Mount Wuang to refine my divine will and try my best to pass the 5th level of the 3 trial grounds, Chernzong thought to himself. If he couldn't do it, it would be difficult for him to do it in a short period of time after he broke through to the Divine Manifestation Realm. Because reaching the Divine Manifestation Realm was a new beginning. He had to improve a lot. Only when he reached the Divine Manifestation Realm would he have some confidence to challenge the 3 trial ground. The difference between obtaining the second Supreme Secret Technique in the Divine Manifestation Realm and obtaining the second Supreme Secret Technique in the Divine Manifestation Realm was very obvious. At least it was a proof of his potential. After returning to the Heart Sword Palace, Chernzong started to experiment. As expected, the embryonic form of the 4AO Wu sword moves became more and more perfect. The power of each move also increased by about 30%. This improvement was undoubtedly shocking. Moreover, Chernzong was confident that after a period of seclusion, the embryonic form of the 4AO Wu sword moves would be further perfected and close to the real AO Wu. At that time, its power would increase again. Chapter 2474. After the disciple meet, everything fell silent. The disciples who did not receive any rewards were all motivated to cultivate with all their might, using the 9 heavens imperial court's resources to improve themselves. Needless to say, the disciples who received rewards were even more so. Every moment was very important. Some disciples were prepared to use the 100 years to improve themselves and strive to enter the top 100 in the next disciple meet to achieve better result. Some planned to prepare and break through to the divine manifestation realm. Different people had different choices. In Heart Sword Palace, Chernzong went into seclusion. Another 3 years had passed, and he finally mastered all the mysteries that he had comprehended in the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Hall. The second sword pattern was also completely condensed, and its power was fully grasped. At the top of Heart Sword Peak, Chernzong's clothes fluttered in the wind. Countless mysteries of sword light seemed to be contained in his eyes, flickering endlessly. I have completely grasped the mysteries of the 99 sword technique. The second sword pattern is also completely condensed. The embryonic form of Ao Wu has also been further perfected. Each move has fused 7 mysteries, and its power has increased. However, to cross that line and become a true Ao Wu, there is still some distance. The most basic Ao Wu has fused at least 9 mysteries. There was only a difference of 2 mysteries between 7 and 9 mysteries. It did not seem like much, but in reality, it was very difficult. Chernzong knew that it was limited by his own cultivation realm. The embryonic form of profound martial arts was already beyond the realm of the spirit condensation realm. It belonged to the level of the divine aspect realm. Being able to fuse 7 mysterious embryonic forms of profound martial arts was already considered outstanding among them. It was even more difficult. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong took out the golden-feathered eagle puppet again and quickly headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. This time, Chernzong wanted to enter Mount Wuwang to refine his divine will. 5 months in Mount Wuwang was much longer than the previous 1 month. The results of the refinement would definitely be better. Mount Wuwang was divided into 3 levels: the foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain, and the peak. With Chernzong's current divine will, he could only accept the refinement at the foot of the mountain. Once he stepped into the middle of the mountain, his divine will would not be able to withstand it and would collapse directly. Calming his mind and focusing his spirit, he began to accept the impact and tempering of Mount Wuwang's divine will. However, while undergoing the tempering, Chernzong did not neglect other aspects. He continued to comprehend swordsmanship, as well as the profoundness of Heart Tao and World Tao. Sword Tao, Tao of the Heart, the World Tao. These were the 3 great Taos that he had comprehended and grasped. Every single one of them was very important and could not be neglected. At present, the power of Heart Tao could be superimposed with the power of Sword Tao, but it was still difficult for the power of World Tao to be superimposed with the power of Sword Tao. However, Chernzong already had an idea. As for the Tao of Heart and Tao of the World, it was difficult to combine them, let alone combine the power of 3 grand Tao. If he could stack 2 great path powers, his power would increase. If he could stack 3 great path powers, he would become even more powerful. The increase in his strength would also be very obvious. Tempering. The tempering of the divine will of Mount Wuwang would bring about a certain degree of impact and pressure, and as time passed, it would gradually increase. When the time was up or when one could no longer bear it, one would be expelled. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chernzong was still enduring, and there were only 4 months left. The effects of this month's tempering of the divine will were not as obvious as the first time, and the improvement was also very weak. He continued tempering. Another month passed, and Chernzong began to feel the pressure. The true pressure was coming, and it was constantly increasing, as if it was going to crush his divine will. In the 3rd month, Chernzong could only endure the impact of the divine will with all his might. He could not use the Heart Sutra anymore. The strength of the divine will was terrifying to the extreme, and it was like a madly surging tsunami, as if it was going to crush everything. Within the deity sea, waves of extremely terrifying power crazily emerged from the outside world, as if it was going to break Chernzong's deity sea. In the face of the power of Mount Wuwang's spirit intent, his own spirit intent seemed so insignificant. It was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea that was constantly being battered. He didn't know when it would shatter and be completely destroyed. "I'm almost at my limit," Chen Zong said to himself, and a sudden realization came to him. Once he reached his limit, he would be expelled. This was the protective mechanism of Mount Wuwang. After all, this was a holy land for cultivation, a holy land for tempering one's divine will. There would be no harm in it. However, Chen Zong was not willing to be expelled just like that. It should be known that the closer he was to his limit, the more likely he was to break through it and become even stronger. The limit. It was getting closer, and it was getting closer and closer. It felt as if countless giant hammers were madly bombarding it, as if a tsunami was surging. His entire divine will was in a state of imminent danger, and it could be broken and crushed at any time, turning into powder and dust that would dissipate into the deity sea. Once the divine will was damaged, the consequences were not as serious as damage to the spiritual soul, and it could be recovered. However, for a short period of time, it would still be very uncomfortable, and it would be difficult to concentrate. Day after day passed. Chen Zong continued to endure the impact. His forehead bulged, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. It was as if he could crush everything with his fists. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they almost broke. The muscles all over his body were trembling. The limit. He was approaching the limit. It was getting more and more uncomfortable. He felt as if his divine will was about to be shattered, and his entire deity sea was about to shatter. Even his entire head was about to collapse. This feeling was very frightening and terrifying. However, Chen Zong did not plan to give up. He wanted to continue to persevere and break through the limit. Perhaps in the next breath. The high intensity and overload made Chen Zong more and more uncomfortable. However, Chen Zong's indomitable spiritual will allowed him to persevere. This was the intangible embodiment of the divine will. The divine will was the spiritual will. Living creatures were born with the spiritual will. As they grew, the spiritual will would slowly strengthen. However, this kind of strengthening was only the most basic and not very significant. If one wanted to truly strengthen the spiritual will, one could only continuously train and experience all kinds of challenges. Only then would one be able to sharpen the spiritual will to become extremely tough and tyrannical, and resist all external attacks. Indestructible, indestructible, indestructible. After 3.5 months, another strengthened divine will came crashing down. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that his divine will could not withstand it any longer. In an instant it was suppressed and crushed. However, Chen Zong was not expelled. Instead, he remained at the foot of the mountain. This was because Chen Zong still had a little bit of spiritual light supporting him. Recasting. The divine will was condensing again. It was like a sword embryo that had been tempered thousands of times. The recasting process of the divine will was not that fast. On the contrary, it was somewhat slow. During this time, the divine will of Mount Wuwang continued to attack. However, a portion of it was absorbed and used to recast the divine will. Gradually, as time passed, Chen Zong's spiritual light of consciousness grew stronger and clearer. The divine will was also recast. After recasting the divine will, Chen Zong immediately felt that something was different. It was as if his divine will was suffused with a ray of light. It was an invisible ray of light that could only be felt by the divine will. This is the glory of the divine will. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. During the decades in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, apart from cultivating, Chen Zong would also read many ancient books. This had always been his habit. Reading ancient books could increase one's knowledge reserve and also allow one to understand more general knowledge. It would only be beneficial to one's cultivation and would not be detrimental. It just so happened that Chernzong had some understanding of the cultivation of the divine will. In the ancient books that Chernzong had read, the divine will was divided into 3 levels, or rather, 3 realms. The first realm was the most ordinary realm. The second realm was called the glory of the divine will realm. When one's cultivation broke through and increased, the strength of the divine will would also increase. This was very normal. It was an increase in strength. However, the realms were different. If one had to describe it, it was like wood and stone. As one's cultivation increased, the divine will would be like a piece of wood becoming 2 or 3 kilograms, 10 or even 100 kilograms. It was an increase in quantity. However, when one's divine will level up, such as the first and second realms, it was like a piece of wood transforming into stone. When comparing ordinary wood to ordinary stone, under the same weight, stone would naturally be tougher. This was a kind of qualitative change in the improvement of one's power. The improvement of the strength of the divine will was actually not very difficult. After all, as long as one's cultivation increased, the strength of the divine will would also increase. Furthermore, one's own experiences would also increase the strength of the divine will, and so on. However, it was very difficult to improve the realm of the divine will. Unexpectedly, Chernzong's goal was to improve the strength of the divine will. He unexpectedly broke through the limit and improved the realm of the divine will from the first to the second realm, giving birth to the glory of the divine will. The glory of the divine will was like a solar eclipse. It was filled with an undetectable ray of light. Although the ray was weak, it had an indescribable tenacity. After breaking through to the second realm of the divine will and giving birth to the glory of the divine will, it was meaningless to continue staying at the foot of Mount Wuang. Chernzong went to the middle of the mountain. The impact of the divine will here was stronger, and it was also suitable for cultivators who had given birth to the glory of the divine will. Simply put, the foot of Mount Wuang, the middle of the mountain, and the top of the mountain corresponded to the 3 realms of the divine will. Before, Chernzong could only stay at the foot of the mountain. Now that he had broken through to the second realm of the divine will, he could naturally go to the middle of the mountain to continue refining his divine will. He had just broken through to the second realm of the divine will. It was considered a preliminary step into the second realm, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. However, the difficulty of refining the second realm had increased by more than 10 times. Chernzong did not feel much improvement in the remaining month or so. Of course, it was not to the extent that there was no improvement at all. Everything has been improved to the true extreme, Chernzong thought to himself. After leaving Mount Wuang, he did not return to the Heart Sword Peak. Instead, he went directly through the Realm Gate and went to the Battle Tower. Now that everything had been improved to the extreme, Chernzong felt that he could no longer improve. Then, if he wanted to become stronger, he could only break through to the third realm and break through to a higher realm. However, before he broke through, there was still one very important thing to do. That was to challenge the 3 trial grounds and pass the 5th level of all of them. Then, he would be qualified to enter the secret pavilion again. This time, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, Chernzong did not plan to stay any longer. He had to break through. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Version. Chapter 2475. On the 5th floor of the battle tower, Chernzong was engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. Previously, Chernzong had been defeated by his opponent's saber after a bitter battle. This time, however, they were evenly matched and did not fall into a disadvantage. Wind's extremity. A sword pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. It pierced through the air in an instant. The speed of this sword strike was faster and sharper than before. However, this sword did not kill his opponent. His opponent was too balanced. He was strong in all aspects, and his defense was naturally strong as well. A single sword was not enough to kill him. In that case, let's try this sword. Chen Zong's expression darkened slightly, and his eyes flashed. In an instant, the power of his divine decree, which had reached the second level, was immediately activated and integrated into his swordsmanship. A sword pierced through the air. That sword seemed to be filled with a faint layer of light. The light was so faint that it was difficult to see it with the naked eye. Only the divine decree could sense it. Under the glow of the light, the sword carried an indescribable power as it struck the opponent. This sword still contained 10% of Chen Zong's divine decree power. However, due to the light born from the second level of the divine decree, its strength and power had more than doubled. Although it was only the embryonic form of the Ao Wu, its power had surpassed the embryonic form of the Ao Wu and stepped into the threshold of the real Ao Wu. Unable to dodge or block, his divine decree received a strong impact and was instantly injured. The sword light pierced straight through his forehead. Kill. He had passed the 5th floor. I wonder how difficult the 6th floor will be, Chen Zong thought to himself. After recovering his strength, he stepped into the 6th floor eagerly. Compared to the 5th floor, his opponent on the 6th floor was much more powerful. Fight. Chen Zong unleashed all of his power, displaying the 4 Ao Wu embryonic forms, and fought fiercely with his opponent on the 6th floor. However, in the end, Chen Zong realized that he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Even if he used his most powerful move, the Hymn of the Wind, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. His opponent was much stronger than his opponent on the 5th floor in every aspect. Even the strength of his divine will was very shocking. Although he couldn't completely block the Hymn of the Wind, he wouldn't be as distracted as his opponent on the 5th floor. In the clan, Chen Zong left the 6th floor by himself. He couldn't do anything to his opponent on the 6th floor, but with the Hymn of the Wind, his opponent on the 6th floor couldn't do anything to him either. Of course, once his divine intent was almost exhausted, he wouldn't have any other means to fight. Therefore, overall, Chen Zong was still inferior to his opponent on the 6th floor. As for the 7th floor, he didn't even need to think about it. It looks like I won't be able to pass the 7th floor, Chen Zong said to himself. If he could pass the 7th floor of the 3 great training grounds, he would be able to obtain another chance to enter the secret pavilion. Immediately, Chen Zong smiled. He had only passed the 5th floor of the battle tower. He hadn't even passed the 5th floor of the 1,000 Illusions house and the Sea of 10,000 Kills. He was too confident to think about the 7th floor. With some self-mockery, Chen Zong entered the 1,000 Illusions house. The impact of the illusions on the 4th floor didn't affect Chen Zong at all. It was completely blocked by the divine will. The impact of the illusions on the 5th floor was even more shocking. However, under the divine will, it was blocked in the end. Chen Zong successfully passed the 5th floor and went straight to the 6th floor. The divine will produced by the 2nd floor of the divine will realm was indeed very shocking. Chen Zong finally passed the 6th floor. However, passing the 6th floor was his limit. The 7th floor was too shocking. It easily broke Chen Zong's divine will, causing Chen Zong to fall into the illusions. Finally, there was the Sea of 10,000 Kills. Chen Zong was confident that he could pass the 5th floor of the Sea of 10,000 Kills. Fighting one against many, the battle was fierce. With a sword in hand, Chen Zong blocked and dodged all the attacks. With a counterattack, he killed them one by one. The 5th floor of the Sea of 10,000 Kills. Successfully passed. The 6th floor of the Sea of 10,000 Kills continued to battle. Unfortunately, Chen Zong was defeated in the end. He couldn't pass the 6th floor. The battle tower's 5th floor, the Sea of 10,000 Kills' 5th floor, and the 1,000 Illusions house's 6th floor. Chen Zong obtained a second chance to enter the secret pavilion. As for the 7th floor of the 3 great training grounds, Chen Zong didn't dare to think about it. It was too difficult. Chen Zong doubted if anyone could do it. For example, the 7th floor of the Thousand Illusions house required one to have reached the 2nd stage of the divine will and have the ability to produce light. Moreover, it wasn't the initial stage of the divine will. However, Chen Zong also knew that it was too difficult to improve his divine will after reaching the 2nd stage, unless he could obtain a large amount of time to cultivate at Mount Boundless. Unfortunately, that was almost impossible right now. However, being able to refine his divine will to the 2nd stage while still in the spirit condensation realm was simply shocking. Inside the secret pavilion, Chen Zong chose the 9 mystic armor technique without hesitation. The 9-fold slaughter technique focused on offensive power, while the 9 mystic armor technique focused on defense. As for the 9 void extreme escape technique, it focused on speed. Speed of pursuit or speed of escape. The best thing would be to master all 3 supreme secret techniques, but that was obviously impossible. At least for now. Thus, Chen Zong chose the offensive and defensive supreme secret techniques first. As for speed, he could only put it aside for the time being. Of course, the Tao Alliance also had secret techniques related to speed. When the time came, he could choose to cultivate them. Once I master the 9 mystic armor technique, I'll start breaking through, Chen Zong thought to himself. The difficulty of comprehending the 9 mystic armor technique was about the same as the 9-fold slaughter technique, so it wasn't difficult for Chen Zong. Thus, Chen Zong quickly comprehended the 1st stage and mastered it in a short time. Naturally, Chen Zong felt power condense on his body. In the end, it covered his skin and formed an invisible layer of defense. Even if this layer of defense was broken, it would consume his own power to replenish itself. Next, I should break through to the 3rd stage, the divine aspect realm, Chen Zong thought to himself. He took a deep breath and prepared to continue his closed-door cultivation. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. Green Nightmare has come to visit. Chen Zong was astonished. Green Nightmare was of the origin race, while he was of the human race. Although they had worked together in the deathmatch ruins, that was to deal with Denglong. Moreover, Chen Zong felt that Green Nightmare was quite arrogant. No matter what, since he was here, he naturally had to meet him. Chen Zong wasn't someone who was particularly good at pleasantries. Of course, he wouldn't beat around the bush. Evidently, Green Nightmare was also such a person. I came to find you this time to ask if you're interested in working together, Green Nightmare said directly. Working together? Chen Zong was surprised. That's right. The heavenly spirit fruit is about to ripen in the Spirit Rush Mystic Realm, one of the 5 major mystic realms of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Green Nightmare said. You and I will work together to seize the heavenly spirit fruit. Spirit Rush Mystic Realm. Heavenly Spirit Fruit. Chen Zong fell into deep thought. The Spirit Rush Mystic Realm was one of the 5 major mystic realms controlled by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was also the lowest level mystic realm. The 5 major mystic realms were also resources of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. However, Chen Zong hadn't entered any of them yet. The 5 major mystic realms all had restrictions. The restriction was usually one's cultivation level. For example, in the Spirit Rush Mystic Realm, the highest level one could enter was the Spirit Condensation Realm. The Heavenly Spirit Fruit was the fruit of a tree called the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree in the Spirit Rush Mystic Realm. It bloomed every 300 years, bore fruit every 300 years, and ripened every 300 years. It was considered a very valuable fruit. It was quite helpful for the cultivation of the 3rd realm, the Divine Image Realm. If he could get a few heavenly spirit fruits, his cultivation progress would be faster after he broke through to the Divine Image Realm. Chen Zong was tempted. It just so happened that he hadn't broken through to the Divine Image Realm yet and was qualified to enter. In addition, his strength had improved a lot. He could definitely compete for it. Okay, let's work together. Chunzong thought for a while and agreed. Let's go now, Green Nightmare said. The two immediately left the Heart Sword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. On the way, Green Nightmare also explained that if they worked together this time, they would encounter other powerful Origin clan members, such as Wu Dao, Sui Han, Deng Xing, and even Qi. Green Nightmare felt that his strength might not be as good as the other Origin clan members, so he found someone to work with. However, some other people also had the same idea. After thinking for a while, Green Nightmare made a prompt decision to look for Chunzong. They also had to pass through the Realm Gate Mountain to go to the 5 Great Mystery Realms. However, they wouldn't appear directly in the 5 Great Mystery Realms, but would appear at the location of the 5 Great Mystery Realms. The 5 Great Mystery Realms were located on 5 planets, which were under the jurisdiction of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, besides the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Spirit Condensation Realm disciples, there would also be 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Spirit Condensation Realm Origin clan members who weren't disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. There was no doubt that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was a great force. The territory under its jurisdiction was vast, and it sat on many planets. Many of these planets were inhabited by the Origin clan, and they were also the main source of disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. However, other than the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the Origin clan members on each planet also had various forces, such as family clans or sections. Naturally, there would be some geniuses among them. Some of them were even geniuses who could compete with the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's prodigies. Although there weren't many such examples, they still existed. The planet where the Spirit Charging Secret Realm was located was called the Spirit Charging Planet. A huge door emitted endless light, which was incomparably mysterious. That huge door was the door to enter and leave the Spirit Charging Secret Realm. Outside the door, there was a figure standing tall, exuding an extremely powerful aura. He was obviously a divine manifestation realm elite, someone from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. After checking their identities, this divine manifestation realm elite very politely stepped aside, allowing Chunzong and Green Nightmare to enter. This was because Green Nightmare and Chunzong were the top 10 of the disciple assembly not long ago. Their talents were superb, and their potential was limitless. Their future achievements weren't something he could compare to. If he was impolite and offended them unknowingly, it wouldn't be a good thing. However, when facing non-disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, this person's expression was different, especially those forces of the native planets outside the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Although there were existences who were stronger than him, there was still a gap in status. The 5 Great Mystery Realms belonged to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court could enter at will. Of course, there was a condition, which was that they had to complete the corresponding mission. As for forces that weren't from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and belonged to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, if they wanted to enter the 5 Great Mystery Realms, they had to pay a price. Chapter 2476. The Spirit-Charging Mystic Realm was called a Mystic Realm, but it was more like a world of its own. Since it was a world, there would be the movement of the sun, moon, and stars, and the existence of living beings. These living beings were not limited to plants, but there were also beasts and intelligent life forms. They were a type of life form that resembled humans or perhaps the Origin race. Within the Chong Ling mystic realm, there was no nation. Instead, it was ruled by various forces. The strongest force was called the Chong Ling Heavenly Palace. Spirit Rushing Heavenly Palace was located at the peak of Spirit Mountain. There were countless strong cultivators there. Of course, this was relative. After all, this was the Spirit Rushing Secret Realm that restricted the entry of cultivators. The strongest cultivators here were equivalent to the Divine Manifestation Realm. Of course, among the Divine Manifestation Realm, they were not bad. Of course, in the spirit-rushing mystery realm, the cultivation system was different from the outside world, and the names were also different. The heavenly spirit fruits on the heavenly spirit treasure tree will ripen in half a month. According to our investigations, there are at least 99 of them. An expert in the palace spoke slowly. Every word was incomparably clear. What a pity! I wonder how many of the 99 heavenly spirit fruits will be ours in the end. Another expert sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the strength of the 9 heavens imperial court is not something we can imagine. According to the agreement, those who enter from the outside world can only be at the second realm, and the highest is at the peak of the second realm. In that case, we also cannot send out third realms, and can only send out second realms to compete. The difference between our second realm and the second realm of the 9 heavens imperial court is too great. That was the case in the past. However, this time around, that might not necessarily be the case. That's right. I believe that Lan Yu's abilities are definitely not inferior to those from the outside world, and definitely not inferior to the 9 heavens imperial court's heaven's pride. Yes, I can only hope that Lan Yu can get a few more heavenly spirit fruit. Geniuses from the outside world? This time, let me see what you guys are capable of. In a secret room, a young man with short blue hair had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his hands with half-finger gloves, and there was a crackling sound. Blue electric arcs flickered endlessly, seeming to be filled with amazing power. The location of the heavenly spirit treasure tree was not a secret in the spirit charging realm. Everyone in the spirit charging realm knew about it. It took 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. But to many people, the heavenly spirit fruit was more like a legend. After all, the maximum number of fruits each time was 99. Even if they knew, they would not be able to compete. Furthermore, the heavenly spirit treasure tree was located on a small island in the middle of a lake. If he wanted to reach the island, he would have to cross the surrounding lake water. However, the lake water was filled with danger and was home to terrifying demon beasts and fishes. Without a certain level of strength, it was simply impossible to reach the island, let alone compete for the heavenly spirit fruit. Although there was still half a month's time before the heavenly spirit fruit ripened, many of the 9 heavens imperial court's disciples and the spirit condensation state experts from other forces outside the 9 heavens imperial court had also entered the spirit charging secret realm. They arrived in advance to scout for information and make various preparations. It was better than being caught off guard. As time passed, many figures flew across the ground at an astonishing speed and stopped in front of a huge lake. The lake was huge and azure in color. It was calm without any wind or waves, just like a huge sapphire. Standing by the side of the lake and looking forward, one could vaguely see the outline of a small island. That island was the heavenly spirit. The island where the heavenly spirit treasure tree was located was about 10,000 meters away from the shore. The distance of 10,000 meters was actually nothing. It was quite short and could be crossed very quickly with the speed of the spirit condensation state. However, the problem was that the distance of 10,000 meters was not so easy to cross because everyone could feel that there was an indescribable danger lurking under the surface of the lake that was as calm as a huge sapphire. Let's go. Although it's not ripe yet, we can seize a better position now. Immediately, the figures that had paused started moving again. With an explosive speed, they rushed to the surface of the lake and toward the small island in the middle of the lake that was 10,000 meters away. Since they could not fly, they could only walk on water at high speed. This was not difficult for them to do. Chern Zong and Green Nightmare moved together. In a flash, they rushed out of the lake and rushed toward the small island. Green Nightmare was an innate wind spiritual body. His body was naturally light. Moreover, he had cultivated the annihilation force of the 9 heaven breath gale and comprehended the way of wind. His body had become even lighter, Although he could not fly, it was not difficult for him to stay 3 inches above the ground. As a result, it seemed easier for Green Nightmare to cross the lake 10,000 meters away. Of course, it was not much easier because there was danger at the bottom of the lake. A black shadow appeared at the bottom of the blue lake, as if it had been dyed with ink. When it appeared, it was only the size of a palm, but it continued to expand in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 meters in size. Then, it rushed out from the bottom of the lake and broke out of the water. With a boom, countless waves surged into the sky. They turned into rolling waves that reached hundreds of meters into the sky and covered 1,000 meters. Amidst the huge waves, a huge shadow appeared. It was a fish, a huge fish, a ferocious black fish. This fish seemed to have grown a pair of wings, and the edges of the wings were filled with an astonishingly cold sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. When it opened its huge mouth, there were countless crisscrossing canine teeth. Each of them was at least a meter long and flickered with an incomparably dazzling light. There was not just one fish like this. In an instant, hundreds of them surrounded the lake and rushed out. Attack! It was an attack from the monster beasts at the bottom of the lake. Green Nightmare's body flashed, dodging the attack. Chernzong walked on the water. With his super-sharp senses, he had already sensed the fish before it rushed up and dodged in advance. As a result, the fish's attack missed. The fish was huge. It broke out of the water and attacked not just one person, but at least a dozen people. Everyone's goal was to cross the lake and go straight to the island, not to fight with the monster fish. Therefore, everyone chose to avoid it to avoid being delayed. However, the monster beasts at the bottom of the lake were not that simple. Soon, more monster beasts appeared at the bottom of the lake. Basically, it was difficult to pass if one was not at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. Even ordinary cultivators at the peak of the spirit condensation realm could not pass. Although that was the case, many people were confident in their own strength. Naturally, they still wanted to give it a try. After all, the heavenly spirit fruit was too tempting. Even if they could not use it, they could sell it and exchange it for a large sum of money. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was a common principle everywhere. In the world of cultivators, there were many people who did not know their limit. The water kept splashing. It shot up into the sky, but many people kept dodging and bypassing it. They continued to walk on water. However, some people had to stop and deal with it. Some were even swallowed by the monster fish. Some were directly cut into pieces by the blade-like wings. Some were even bitten by the crisscrossing teeth. Blood dyed the surface of the lake red. This was not a game. It was a fight with one's life on the line. Soon, someone crossed 5,000 meters of the 10,000-meter-long lake. They were even closer to the island. At the bottom of the lake, a large patch of pitch-black darkness appeared. It was different from the pitch-black darkness from before. Not only was there a 100-meter-long shadow in the center, there were also dozens of tentacle-like shadows in the surroundings. They were several hundred meters long, and they were constantly fluctuating. They broke out of the water. Those were pitch-black tentacles that were a few meters thick and hundreds of meters long. They were covered with strange patterns and looked very frightening. Dozens of tentacles directly rushed out of the water and swept out in all directions. Traces of strange fluctuations rushed out from each of the tentacles. That's... Chernzong dodged a tentacle's sweep but was also hit by the strange power. His expression changed slightly. Divine will attack. Divine will attacks were common, but there were not many of them. Only those who were more outstanding in divine will would cultivate them. They also needed to have the corresponding talent, which made it rare for people to master divine will attack. Chernzong did not expect to encounter a monster with a divine will attack here. He was a little interested. Soon after, the owner of the tentacles appeared. A huge head that was dozens of meters long emerged and rushed out of the water. Together with the tentacles around Hassan, it made the whole body look very huge. It was at least hundreds of meters long. Its bald head, which was dozens of meters long, was covered with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, it gave people a creepy feeling. It looked like the face of a ghost. The ghost face seemed to be constantly emitting divine will attacks, affecting the surroundings. Immediately, the ghost face patterns on the octopus wriggled, and the strength of the divine will attacks suddenly increased more than twofold. Of course, such a divine will attack was nothing to Chunzong. Chunzong could easily resist it, but for many people in the God concentration realm, they had to concentrate fully to resist it. The ghost face octopus was huge and not weak, but in fact, it was only at the peak of the God concentration realm. It was stronger than the average peak of the God concentration realm. However, for Green Nightmare Chunzong and the others, it was nothing. Chunzong stared at the ghost face octopus. A thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he moved and turned into a sword light at an amazing speed. He unsheathed his long sword and broke through the air to kill the ghost face octopus. The sword pierced through, and the terrible sword chi drilled into the head of the ghost face octopus and destroyed it. The tentacles of the ghost face octopus swung wildly. It was extremely violent. Kill. Chunzong's divine will moved and immediately followed the sword chi into the head of the octopus. After searching for a while, he waved his sword and cut it. A fist-sized silver-gray irregular crystal appeared in Chunzong's hand. The crystal was filled with a trace of divine will aura. Without studying it too much, Chunzong directly put it into the 9 levels of Heaven Ring and killed the other ghost face octopuses. After Chunzong killed 3 ghost face octopuses and obtained 3 irregular crystals, the other ghost face octopuses seemed to sense the threat and disappeared into the bottom of the lake. But in such a short time, more than 100 people in the God concentration realm were killed, and more than 100 of them were injured and fell into the lake. Chapter 2477. The island in the middle of the lake was tens of thousands of square meters wide. The island was surrounded by vegetation that had withered to the extreme and looked like it was about to turn into ashes. It was lifeless. Only a tree that was almost 1,000 meters tall stood in the center. It should have been lush with branches and leaves, but at this moment, every branch was sparse. Moreover, the leaves on the branches were slowly withering. The completely withered leaves were falling off the branches. 99 fist-sized green fruits were condensed on the branches that covered an area of several thousand meters like a huge umbrella. The joints where the fruits were connected to the branches seemed to be very tough, and they would not fall off no matter how strong the wind and rain were. The Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree. The Heaven Spirit Fruit. It was said that the Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree took 300 years to flower, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. During the flowering period, the Heaven Spirit Treasure Tree was lush with branches and leaves. The surroundings were also lush with vegetation. However, during the 300-year period when the heavenly spirit fruit was about to ripen, the vitality of the surrounding vegetation would gradually be sucked away, and they would slowly wither and die. This was not enough. When the surrounding vegetation withered and died, even the leaves of the heavenly spirit treasure tree would be affected, and their vitality would also be sucked away by the heavenly spirit fruit. Now it was nearing the end. The Heaven Spirit fruit was about to be fully mature. Naturally, the leaves of the Heaven Spirit treasure tree were almost withered, leaving only a few that were still withering. Waiting. Everyone was waiting. There were less than 100 condensed gods who had crossed the lake and reached the island. The others were either killed by the demonic beasts in the lake or severely injured. They all retreated and did not dare to set foot on the island again. Therefore, the 100 condensed gods who finally reached the island were all at the peak of the condensed god realm. Every one of them had extraordinary strength. Among them, most of them were cultivators from outside the spirit-charging secret realm, such as the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's disciples or other forces' disciples. A small number of them were local cultivators in the spirit-charging secret realm. Chernzong and Green Nightmare stood together. Their eyes scanned slowly, and they saw everyone clearly. Chernzong's divine will had broken through to the second level and given birth to light. His senses had also become sharper, allowing him to make judgments based on the traces of aura emitted by his opponent. He had teamed up with Green Nightmare, but Deng Xing, whom he had teamed up with before, was standing with Bladeless. When he saw Chernzong's gaze, he smiled at Chernzong. As for Sui Han, he was alone. In addition, Chernzong also saw Zhui. Without a doubt, Ho was also alone. He didn't need to team up with anyone. Just by standing there, his body was suffused with an incomparably domineering aura. He didn't need to hide it, nor did he need to deliberately emit it. It was as if he had become the center of attention, making people feel his strength and fear. In the face of Chernzong's gaze, Qi's gaze froze. The radiance emitted from his eyes seemed to contain substantial power, which made Chernzong secretly shocked. Stronger! Chernzong was surprised. Originally, Qi's strength was already ridiculously strong. When they were in the death battle ruins, Chernzong estimated that Qi's strength at that time should be enough to pass through the 6th level of the battle tower. In other words, even if he was more than twice as strong as before, he still wasn't a match for Qi at that time. But now, Chernzong could feel that Qi's strength had grown even stronger. What a monster! He wondered who could be compared to him. Sweep, 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 sweep. He could pose a threat to Chernzong. There weren't many people who felt it. Among them, Qi was the strongest, followed by Sui Han, Deng Xing, and the others. Although Bladeless also made Chernzong feel threatened, it wasn't strong. Of course, the feeling of being threatened didn't mean that he could defeat or suppress him. He could only bring a certain amount of pressure and threat to Chernzong. That was all. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be known after a real battle. Of course, Chernzong was sure that he was no match for Qi unless he could combine the power of Sword Principle, Heart Principle, and World Principle. Only then would he have a chance to compete with Qi, but it was only a competition. In addition to these people, there were a few others who posed a threat to Chernzong. 3 of them were from other clans or sects outside the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The last one was a young man with short blue hair. His short hair stood up like steel needles, and he exuded a terrifying aura. He was wearing a short blue robe, and his aura was restrained. However, there was a kind of exuberant brashness about him, as if he would explode at any time. This person was a practitioner of the spirit-rushing secret realm. Next, they naturally had to wait for the heavenly spirit fruit to fully ripen. However, there were still some important things to do while waiting for the heavenly spirit fruit to ripen. And that was to clear the place. There were 99 heavenly spirit fruits, and there were close to 100 of them. In theory, everyone could get one. However, this wasn't a child's play, nor was it treating each other to a meal. It was a competition, and everyone wanted to get all the heavenly spirit fruit. Of course, that was impossible. However, it was not impossible to get a few more heavenly spirit fruits. In order to prevent too many people from plucking the heavenly spirit fruit after it ripened, it was even more direct to consume it immediately. Of course, the consequences of doing so would not be good, but it would be a wasteful act. Therefore, it was necessary to clear the place before the heavenly spirit fruit ripened. Without sufficient strength, even if one was lucky enough to cross the lake and set foot on the island, he would stop here. The heavenly spirit tree and the heavenly spirit fruit belong to the spirit-rushing secret realm. You outsiders, leave quickly. An old man beside the young man with short blue hair suddenly spoke. His tone was authoritative. He was from the spirit-rushing heavenly palace. What a joke! What right do you have to make us leave? Just because of your old face? Someone from the outside world sneered. The fight began. At the beginning, it was naturally a conflict between the local cultivators of the spirit-rushing secret realm and the outsiders. It was unknown who made the first move, but it was like a fuse that could not be stopped. It directly evolved into a fierce battle. Get lost! Chen Zong slashed with his sword. The sword light broke through the defense and sent the attacker flying into the lake. Green Nightmare and Chen Zong teamed up. Naturally, they would not leave. Instead, they attacked from the surroundings and forced the others to retreat, regardless of life or death. The difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. Although they had the same cultivation, the weak could not withstand the strong one's attack. The giant mace slashed horizontally and killed several people. It was extremely brutal. Let's go. Some people's expressions were extremely ugly. It was too terrifying. They could not deal with that kind of strength. If they attacked forcefully, they would be killed immediately. Those who knew their place could only retreat unwillingly. Those who did not know their place would be seriously injured or even killed in the battle. Chen Zong also paid attention to other people's battles when he was attacking, especially those who made him feel threatened. The focus was on Wu Dao and Sui Han, who he had not seen their strength before, and other strangers, especially the young man with short blue hair from the spirit-rushing secret realm. The young man with short hair shot out bolts of blue lightning as soon as he attacked. The bolts of lightning and thunder were so powerful that they broke through the air. Those who were hit were sent flying. Their bodies were covered with blue electric currents and they were seriously injured. A bolt of blue lightning pierced through the air like a long spear. Its terrifying aura seemed to be about to smash Chen Zong into pieces. Chen Zong swung his sword to meet the attack. The sword light trembled and was shattered in an instant. However, the bolt of blue lightning was also shattered by Chen Zong's sword. He blocked it. The young man with short blue hair was secretly surprised. He attacked again with a punch. The fist force condensed by blue lightning carried an even more terrifying power. Chen Zong also attacked with his sword. This time, it was even more powerful. After 2 collisions, there was a third one. However, they all shattered each other. No one could do anything to the other. The scene was chaotic. It was destined not to be a battlefield for the two unless they had the strength to crush the others. However, that was obviously not the case. At least Zhao was still invincible here. In a one-on-one battle, no one was Zhao's match. The fierce battle started abruptly and ended quickly. In the end, there were only a dozen people left on the island. They each had their own camp. Zhao was alone, Sui Han was alone, Deng Xing and Wu Dao were on one side, Green Nightmare and Chen Zong were on one side, and Wang Monglia, Mo Luoluo, Xing Tian Liusu and others were on one side. As for the spirit-rushing secret realm, there were only 2 people left. One was the old man who had spoken earlier, and the other was the young man with short blue hair. Both of them were extraordinary. Compared to the 100 people, the remaining dozen people would undoubtedly get more heavenly spirit fruit. However, should they distribute them like this? No. Everyone wanted more heavenly spirit fruit. There was bound to be competition. The blue-haired young man, Lan Yu, was the #1 genius of Chongling Heavenly Palace and also the #1 genius of the Chongling Secret Territory. He wouldn't allow outsiders to take away the heavenly spirit fruit. Even though it was impossible, he had to do his best to stop it. He would stop as many as he could. Time slowly passed. Day after day passed. Everyone was waiting. The leaves on the branches continued to wither faster and faster. For cultivators, they had to adapt to all kinds of environment. The environment here was not bad. They could even stay here for a month. Moreover, it was only for a few days. They were here to get a good opportunity. Zhao was in one camp, Sui Han was in another, Deng Xing and Wu Dao were in another, Green Nightmare and Chen Zong were in another, and others like Wang Monglia, Mo Luoluo, and Xing Tian Liusu all had their own camp. On the last day, everyone's eyes sharpened. Because the 99 heavenly spirit fruits were about to ripen, the leaves on the branches accelerated the process of withering. In the end, they completely withered. A gust of wind blew by, breaking off the leaves and causing them to flutter in the air. At the same time, the 99 heavenly spirit fruits, which were originally green in color, became even more vivid. Vaguely, they became even more round and plump. Vaguely, strands of light spread out, giving off an indescribable feeling. They were ripe. Chapter 24:78. The moment the fruit ripened, a sharp light shot out of their eyes, but no one moved. When the fruit was still on the branch, it couldn't be directly plucked. The consequence of forcibly plucking it was that the fruit would wither and lose all its effects. Wait for the fruit to fall off. Would all 99 heavenly spirit fruits fall off at once? Or would only part of them fall off? According to records, the fruits would fall off in batches each time, not all of them. However, it was uncertain how many would fall off in each batch. A gust of wind blew across the surface of the lake, creating ripples on the surface of the lake. It blew into the island and towards the heavenly spirit treasure tree. It was only a gentle breeze, but it caused the branches of the tree to sway, creating a series of rustling sounds. The heavenly spirit fruit on the tree was also swaying, as if it was going to leave the tree at any moment. This caused everyone's eyes to waver, and their minds to be completely captivated. Which heavenly spirit fruit would fall? With that thought under everyone's gaze, the 5 heavenly spirit fruits' branches suddenly shook, and the 5 heavenly spirit fruits were sent flying in all directions as if they were being thrown by a force. Move! Everyone move! In an instant they burst out at full speed and rushed toward the heavenly spirit fruit that had been thrown out. There were 5 heavenly spirit fruits in the first batch, but there were more than a dozen people. Even if they were divided into groups, there were more than 5. Naturally, they had to fight for it. Green Nightmare and Chern Zong teamed up to target one of the heavenly spirit fruit. Since they were teaming up, they naturally had to act together. The distribution method was equal. No matter how many heavenly spirit fruits they got, they would split them equally. Even if they only got one, it was still equal. Green Nightmare was faster, so he took the lead. Chern Zong supported him from the side, blocking the others' attacks so that Green Nightmare could take the heavenly spirit fruit more easily. At the same time, Lan Yu and the old man also targeted the same heavenly spirit fruit. The old man went for it, while Lan Yu attacked Green Nightmare to stop him from taking it. Green Nightmare ignored him because he was confident in Chern Zong's strength. He might not be able to defeat Chern Zong, but he could definitely hold him off for a moment. A bolt of blue lightning tore through the air and blasted towards Chern Zong with astonishing power. However, Chern Zong also brandished his sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and pierced through the sky as it shot towards the blue lightning. The sword light was shattered, and so was the lightning. At the same time, a second ray of sword light flashed through the sky and shot towards the old man. Green Nightmare was even faster. It reached out and grabbed the flying heavenly spirit fruit, quickly storing it into the 9 heavenly rings. Outsiders, hand over the heavenly spirit fruit! Lan Yu was instantly enraged. The sky spirit fruit had been snatched right under his nose. Furthermore, it had been under the circumstances where he had made a move. Anger. The enraged Lan Yu's short hair flashed with endless blue lightning arcs, as if they were going to soar into the sky. Blue lightning arcs were constantly emitted from his body. As they flashed wildly, they seemed to have turned into blue lightning flames. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions, as if it was going to crush everything. Is that the Khanate Thunder spiritual body? Chern Zong murmured. His movements were not slow. Sword light flashed again. Slash. The wind blew, but it was cut in half by the sword light. Absolute wind slash. At the same time, Lan Yu also unleashed an extremely frightening attack. The blue thunderbolt seemed to transform into a ferocious beast. The power of the attack was astonishing to the extreme. They clashed once more, and boundless energy exploded in all directions, shattering everything in its path. Since the heavenly spirit fruit was already in his hands, Chernzong had no intention of continuing his attack. After one strike, he immediately retreated. Green Nightmare also quickly retreated with the heavenly spirit fruit. At the same time, the second batch of heavenly spirit fruits was thrown out. This time, Lan Yu temporarily gave up on attacking Chernzong. He immediately dashed toward the other heavenly spirit fruit with the old man. Green Nightmare sped up and turned into a gust of wind, shooting directly toward the nearest heavenly spirit fruit. Chernzong did not move, but he had already swung his sword. The fastest strike. Wind's extremity. A pale blue sword shadow swept across the sky. At the tip of the sword, there was a blue spot that was dazzling like the stars. This strike was aimed at Deng Xing, who was trying to snatch the heavenly spirit fruit. So powerful! Deng Xing was secretly shocked. He knew Chernzong's strength. After all, they had fought together against Zhao in the death battle ruins. But now, the power of Chernzong's sword seemed to be much stronger than before, and the increase was a little shocking. Although Deng Xing also knew that Chernzong's strength would definitely become stronger after receiving the reward, such a degree of improvement was really unexpected. It seemed that the increase was even greater than Deng Xing's. This sword strike actually made him feel a clear threat. But Deng Xing also attacked at that moment. He pushed out a palm, gathering starlight and breaking through the sky, colliding directly with Chernzong's sword light. Deng Xing had also received a handsome reward. Plus, he was originally talented and much stronger than Chernzong. The power of this strike was shocking, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. But Deng Xing was still blocked by Chernzong's strike for a moment. Bladeless, who had teamed up with Deng Xing, was better at speed. His figure flashed like a flash of sword light, streaking across the sky, rushing quickly toward the heavenly spirit fruit to fight with Green Nightmare. In the previous disciple meeting, Bladeless ranked above Green Nightmare. Of course, there was only a difference of one rank. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger. After all, they had never really fought before. However, Green Nightmare was still slightly faster than Bladeless. Sword light flashed suddenly, tearing through the sky and slashing mercilessly at Green Nightmare. If Green Nightmare still wanted to grab the heavenly spirit fruit, he would definitely be hit by this strike. At the critical moment, Green Nightmare pointed out a finger. The cyan finger force condensed into a line, shooting toward the sword light. Get out of the way! Deng Xing attacked again, trying to push Chernzong back so that he could help Bladeless. If it had been before, he might have been able to do it. But now, Chernzong's strength had increased too much. Wind mark. A sword mark streaked across the sky, leaving a faint but clear mark. Deng Xing's expression changed slightly. Once again, he felt an obvious threat coming at him. Deng Xing and Chernzong were fighting, while Bladeless and Green Nightmare were fighting for the heavenly spirit fruit. This time, Lan Yu was fighting against Sui Han. Sui Han didn't team up with anyone. He blocked Lan Yu and the Elder's attacks by himself. His shocking strength shocked Lan Yu. Only now did Lan Yu realize that he had been too confident. He thought that he could suppress the talents from the outside world with his own strength. But it didn't seem to be the case. Lan Yu used all his combat strength. His entire body was wrapped in shocking blue lightning. It was so dazzling that it seemed to shoot out blinding light. Even his eyes were turned blue with a hint of whiteness. The strike tore through the sky. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to break everything. After pushing Sui Han back, Lan Yu turned into a flash of lightning and quickly took the heavenly spirit fruit in his hand. Sui Han was caught off guard. He wasn't hurt at all, but he lost a heavenly spirit fruit. He immediately frowned, and coldness shot out from the depths of his eyes. The coldness seemed to be able to freeze everything. Anger. Sui Han was furious. But before he could attack Lan Yu, the third batch of heavenly spirit fruits shot out again. However, Green Nightmare and Bladeless hadn't reached a conclusion yet. At the same time, Chen Zong and Deng Xing both stopped fighting. They immediately rushed to the nearest heavenly spirit fruit. They were assisting the other two, but it didn't mean that they couldn't fight for it. "This heavenly spirit fruit is mine," Deng Xing roared. Countless beams of starlight shot out from his palms. Each beam of starlight shot toward Chen Zong. They exploded in all directions as if they were going to blow up everything. Chen Zong immediately waved his sword and blocked all the explosions. But in that instant, the heavenly spirit fruit fell into Deng Xing's hands. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed, but he didn't try to fight for it. After all, Deng Xing wasn't weak. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to defeat Deng Xing and take the heavenly spirit fruit from his 9 heavenly rings. At the same time, the fight between Green Nightmare and Bladeless came to a conclusion. Green Nightmare was faster and got the heavenly spirit fruit. The fourth batch of heavenly spirit fruits shot out again. This time there were 9 of them. Attack! Everyone attacked. Deng's pair of maces shot out in all directions, repelling everything. Then he grabbed a heavenly spirit fruit and quickly put it into his 9 heavenly rings. Sui Han also got a heavenly spirit fruit quickly. This time, it was Wang Monglie and Chen Zong who fought for the same heavenly spirit fruit. Chen Zong had been killed by Wang Monglie once in the deathly battle ruins. Of course, Wang Monglie wasn't as strong as Deng Xing and Green Nightmare. But after receiving the rewards from the disciples' competition, Wang Monglie's strength had improved a lot over the years. He was even more powerful. But Chen Zong had improved a lot. Wind Mark. A sword pierced through the air and cut through everything. Even though Wang Monglie's defense was strong and his physique was amazing, it was useless. He was still cut open by the 9 heavenly killing secret skill. Of course, only his defense was broken and he was lightly injured. Wind Slash. The sword, which focused on attacking power, slashed down and collided with Wang Monglie's attack. Chen Zong took advantage of the momentum and rushed directly to the heavenly spirit fruit. He grabbed it and quickly put it into his 9 heavenly rings. A rustling sound could be heard. It was the sound of the wind and the swaying of the branches. It was accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the wind. More heavenly spirit fruits were thrown in all directions. This time there were 6 of them. Grab. This was the 5th batch. After 5 batches, almost 40 heavenly spirit fruits had been thrown out. However, most of the remaining fruits were still hanging on the branches, trembling slightly as if they would be thrown out at any moment. Actually, everyone didn't attack with all their strength. Their main goal was to grab the heavenly spirit fruit. If they attacked with all their strength, they were worried that it would affect the heavenly spirit fruits and cause them to be destroyed. Then it would be meaningless. Because of this, they didn't activate the power of the Great Path Divine Pattern. Otherwise, it would be more intense. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile version. Chapter 2479. All the leaves on the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree, which was thousands of meters tall, withered and fell to the ground. There were less than 30 heavenly spirit fruits left. The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree seemed to have a mind of its own as it shook its branches once again. In an instant, another 7 heavenly spirit fruits shot out at an extremely fast speed. However, this speed was nothing compared to the crowd. In an instant, they all moved to intercept, snatch, and fight fiercely. In a fight, speed and accuracy were the most important, followed by power. Because if one was not fast enough and accurate enough, no matter how powerful one was, it would be useless. The heavenly spirit fruit would have fallen into the hands of others long ago. Because of this, they could not use their full strength to fight. This time, Chernzong and Deng Xing both had their eyes on another heavenly spirit fruit. Because the heavenly spirit fruit was close to Chernzong, Green Nightmare tried to protect Chernzong. However, Wu Dao also tried to stop Green Nightmare. Deng Xing clapped his hands. Beams of starlight shot out and exploded around Chernzong. This was the same move as before. Deng Xing used the explosion of starlight to block Chernzong's sight and perception, delaying Chernzong for a moment. Deng Xing had used this move to successfully snatch a heavenly spirit fruit. Now, he was using the same move again. Chernzong's eyes flashed and he waved his sword. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of wind singing and whispering in his ear. It was as gentle as a lover's whisper. A sword listens to the wind. Deng Xing's expression changed drastically when he heard the whisper of the wind. He recognized it, or rather, he had a deep impression of it. It was the embryonic form of Ao Wu, Chernzong's divine will attack. Although he could block it, his divine will would be affected for a moment. That would cause him to lose the ability to snatch the heavenly spirit fruit. Deng Xing concentrated his divine will and raised it to the extreme. During these years, Deng Xing had been tempered by his divine will in Mount Wuang for a long time. Compared to before, his divine will had been strengthened further. However, he did not expect that Chernzong's divine will would break through to the second realm and give birth to Ao Wu. As for the radiant divine decree, its power had more than doubled. More importantly, if it wasn't much stronger than Chernzong's divine decree, due to the difference in cultivation level, the effects would be even more obvious. Therefore, Deng Xing was hit directly. His divine intent, which had become stronger, could not resist at all. In that instant, the soft whispers that sounded like the whispers of a lover by his ear instantly turned into a shrill howl that sounded like a malicious spirit. It was like an incomparably vicious blade that ruthlessly pierced towards him. Deng Xing's expression changed drastically. He felt that his divine intent was being attacked. His divine ocean was shaking. His head felt like it was being torn apart. Even though it was only a momentary feeling, he quickly recovered. However, the heavenly spirit fruit was already gone, falling directly into Chernzong's hands. Deng Xing's heart was filled with horror. The might of the divine will attack just now was actually so powerful. It was too shocking, too terrifying, and completely unexpected. Just how in the world did this human cultivate? Why was it that a few years ago, Zhang Xian was inferior to him, but now Zhang Xian was showing signs of surpassing him? Deng Xing thought. If it had been a battle of life and death, he would have been hit again. Even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Could it be that in just a few short years, a mere human from the third sequence void has already surpassed me in strength? To be honest, Deng Xing had overestimated Ao Wu before. Chernzong took a few glances at Deng Xing, but he did not really care. After all, Ao Wu was just a human from the third sequence void. He might have great talent, but Deng Xing thought that talent was only temporary. His potential was limited. After a certain level, Ao Wu would not be able to compare with Deng Xing and the others. In the future, Ao Wu would not be worthy of being his opponent. He did not expect to be slapped in the face. It was unimaginable that Ao Wu had surpassed him. Chernzong did not have as complicated feelings as Deng Xing. After getting the heavenly spirit fruit, his eyes flashed like lightning and scanned the surroundings clearly. His sharp eyes seemed to lock on to every heavenly spirit fruit at the same time. Under the operation of the Heart Sutra, he made a more accurate judgment. Which heavenly spirit fruit would be thrown out faster? Prediction. Chernzong was using his ability to make a prediction. Of course, it was not 100% accurate, but at least it had some effect. Chernzong had already gotten several heavenly spirit fruit. Soon, he got another heavenly spirit fruit. Soon, there were only 10 heavenly spirit fruits left. As the branches swayed, the last 10 heavenly spirit fruits were also thrown out. They broke through the air and flew in all directions at an astonishing speed. Chen Zong stretched out his hand and immediately caught a heavenly spirit fruit that flew past him. He quickly stored it in the 9 heavenly rings. Then, in a flash, he and Qing Fu rushed to the next heavenly spirit fruit. And it was Zhao who had his eyes on this heavenly spirit fruit. Chen Zong's expression turned serious. But deep in his eyes there was a glint of battle intent. In the death battle ruins, the 6 of them worked together to defeat and kill Zhao. But there was also a bit of luck involved. If they were unlucky, not only would Zhao not have died, but all 6 of them would have been killed. The power that Zhao displayed in that battle was monster level. It was overwhelming and extremely terrifying. After a few years, his strength had also improved significantly. Although he was not sure if he could defeat Zhao or even completely resist him, he should be closer. Chen Zong thought to himself. Boom. Zhao's expression was calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a violent and domineering aura. He raised his mace and gathered a terrifying power. That power seemed ordinary, but it was extremely domineering. It swept through everything and directly blasted toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression turned serious. The sense of threat was raised to the extreme in an instant. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. This attack could not be blocked. If he did, he would be directly knocked back or even injured. Chen Zong finally knew how terrifying the Ho was. After a few years, even though his strength had improved significantly, the Ho had also improved significantly. Originally, his strength was not as good as Zhao's. The gap was huge, and now the gap was still huge. However, Chen Zong also had a way to threaten Zhao, and that was the attack of divine intent. Over the years, his strength had improved greatly. The most obvious improvement was in his divine intent. By chance, he had broken through the first realm and reached the second realm, giving birth to radiance. He believed that the threat of this attack would be greater than before. Whistling sword. Kill. The sword light pierced through the air in an instant like a gentle breeze. There was a slight sound of wind, as if someone was murmuring in a low voice. Zhao's expression suddenly changed. The moment the sword light was shattered, the 2 swords collided. The divine intent collided directly. Even though Zhao had refined his divine intent in Mount Wuwang over the years and had improved significantly, he was momentarily stunned by the impact. That brief moment of distraction was enough. Green Nightmare flashed and directly took the heavenly spirit fruit. Chen Zong had no intention of continuing the battle with Zhao and immediately retreated. However, Denglong seemed to be infuriated, and he swiftly reacted. A pair of truncheons shot through the sky, and in an instant, a few dozen dark golden rays of light tore through the sky and shot towards Chen Zong and Qin Yan respectively. They seemed to intend to blast them into pieces. Neither Chen Zong nor Green Nightmare had any intention of fighting Zhao. They knew very well that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat Zhao. Chen Zong turned around and slashed with his sword. There was a gentle breeze whistling as he attacked directly. Unable to dodge, Zhao's divine intent was once again impacted. He was momentarily stunned, but that was enough. Chen Zong and Green Nightmare took this opportunity to quickly escape and rush to the lake. They quickly rushed to the surface of the lake and flew toward the shore. The fight for the heavenly spirit fruit was over. Naturally, there was no need to stay. After coming to his senses, Zhao saw that the 2 had already rushed off the island. His eyes flashed coldly a few times, but he did not chase after them. Instead, he attacked the other heavenly spirit fruit. Because there were other people fighting for the heavenly spirit fruits in other places. They could not stop him. No one could stop him. He swept through everything. Everyone was defeated by him. In the end, Zhao obtained 2 more heavenly spirit fruit. As for the others, they immediately retreated and left as quickly as they could. Damn it! Lan Yu clenched his fists and stared angrily at the departing figures. One figure in particular made him feel powerless. Too powerful. That outsider who used a pair of dark golden maces was too powerful. Even when Lan Yu unleashed his full strength, he was still no match for him. Instead, he was crushed. Outsider. The lightning in Lan Yu's eyes seemed to become more intense. The blue was faintly turning white. Just you wait. One day, I will definitely find you and defeat all of you. Those from the outside world could enter the 5 great mystic realms. Naturally, those from the mystic realms could also leave the mystic realms and head to the outside world. Some people from the mystic realms were even recruited by forces from the outside world. The cultivation limit of the spirit-charging mystic realm was the divine aspect realm, which was the 3rd realm. If one wanted to surpass the 3rd realm, they could only head to the outside world. Similarly, if those from the spirit-charging mystic realm left the mystic realm and headed to the outside world, they would not be able to enter again once their cultivation broke through to the 4th realm. If they were at the 3rd realm, they could still return because they were living in the mystic realm. However, there was a rule that 3rd realm living beings could not participate in the fight for the heavenly spirit fruit. Otherwise, they would not have a chance to enter the 2nd realm at all. In the spirit-charging mystic realm, there were still some powerful divine aspect realm experts. They had all left the mystic realm to explore the outside world. In the end, they realized that they had no hope of breaking through to the 4th realm or for other reasons, so they chose to return to the mystic realm. At least with their strength, they could be considered strong in the spirit-charging mystic realm. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent. However, in the outside world, they were nothing. After obtaining the heavenly spirit fruit, Chernzong and Green Nightmare quickly left and headed to the mystic realm's entrance. This was because both Chernzong and Green Nightmare planned to break through to the 3rd realm. Only after breaking through to the 3rd realm could they consume the heavenly spirit fruit and fully unleash the fruit's power. They could even refine the heavenly spirit fruit into an elixir to further explore the effects of the fruit. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile version. Chapter 2480. After passing through the portal, Chernzong and Green Nightmare quickly returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. There were too many fatal dangers outside. Only by returning to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would they be relatively safe. After all, they were too weak. They were only in the spirit condensation realm. Chernzong took out the heavenly spirit fruit. So did Green Nightmare. They didn't hold anything back. Green Nightmare had 5 heavenly spirit fruits in total. Chernzong had 4. So there were 9 in total. 9 in total, Green Nightmare said. 4.5 per person. But I suggest we give them to the pill refiners of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to refine them into heavenly spirit pills. They'll be more effective. Chernzong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we'll use 1 Heaven's Spirit Fruit as the price to ask Master Che Chi to refine the other 8 Heaven's Spirit Fruits into Heaven's Spirit Pills. We'll split the pills equally when the time comes, Qin Yen said slowly as he looked at Chernzong. Okay. Chernzong had no objections. Green Nightmare smiled and left with the 9 Heavenly Spirit Fruit. Actually, if Chernzong had hesitated or questioned his suggestion just now, Green Nightmare would have split the heavenly spirit fruits and wouldn't ask for Chernzong's help in the future. But Chernzong's answer without hesitation made Green Nightmare trust him. He thought even more highly of Chernzong. Of course, Chernzong didn't think so much. Since he and Green Nightmare had teamed up, they were companions. Since they were companions, there was naturally no need to doubt each other, unless there was something unusual about them. However, Chernzong felt that people like Green Nightmare were arrogant. Arrogant people might not be easy to get along with, but they definitely wouldn't play any trick. Of course, if he was wrong, Chernzong definitely wouldn't team up with Green Nightmare again next time. He would even draw a clear line between them. Everything was that simple. The refinement of the Heavenly Spirit pill will probably take some time. I'll give it to you when the time comes, said Green Nightmare before leaving with the 9 Heavenly Spirit fruits. After Chernzong informed Jiao Yi, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, he was truly trying to break through to the 3rd level, the Divine Aspect Realm. After I break through to the Divine Aspect Realm, I'll make a trip back to the Void, Chernzong thought to himself inside the secret room. After becoming a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, one would have the chance to return to their original void. Of course, because going back and forth would also consume a considerable amount of energy, external disciples would need to apply for approval before they could do so. However, it was much simpler for genuine disciples, and it was very easy to pass. If he was a true disciple of the 6th heaven, it would be a piece of cake. If Chernzong wanted to go back now, he could do so directly. However, Chernzong had already reached the limit of the 2nd realm. It was time for him to break through. After breaking through, he would be even more powerful. It might be better for him to return to the void then. However, Chernzong wanted to break through qi refining and body refining, so it would probably take a longer time. Chernzong first adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit, preparing to break through. When breaking through, a lot of energy was needed. Fortunately, Chernzong had obtained quite a number of 9 Heavens spirit refining pills as a reward from the disciple meat. It was enough. The 3rd realm of qi refining and body refining are both the divine aspect realm. The names are the same, but there are differences. The divine aspect realm of qi refining focuses on the primordial spirit, while the divine aspect realm of body refining focuses on the physique. Chernzong adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit as he pondered the main point. The secret of the qi refining divine aspect realm was that it would gather all energy into the primordial spirit. In this way, the primordial spirit would become the main means of combat. After it was activated, it would cover the body and turn into a divine aspect. Hence, it was called the divine aspect realm. The divine aspect realm used the primordial spirit as the core, and the power of qi refining and great Tao as the bones, flesh, and blood. As for body refining, it was to integrate everything into the physique, and cast the most powerful body. After it was activated, it would also turn into a divine aspect, and its power would increase greatly. After Chernzong thought about it, he realized that although qi refining and body refining were different, they seemed to be similar. They both condensed divine aspects. Of course, even if it was divine aspects, their power was different. Qi and body. Chernzong cultivated both qi refining and body refining at the same time. If he wanted to break through, he had to break through at the same time. Otherwise, he would lose balance. Once the balance was lost, there would be a situation where one side would be the main and the other side would be the secondary. Gradually it would tilt. Although Chernzong usually fought with his qi refining cultivation and rarely used his body refining cultivation, that didn't mean that Chernzong focused on qi refining and neglected body refining. It was just a habit. It was only right for the two to advance at the same time. Otherwise, it would affect his own cultivation in the end. It was undoubtedly difficult to advance and break through at the same time in both qi refining and body refining cultivation. Fortunately, Chernzong had the Heart Sutra. Operate. Under the operation of the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens breath, Chernzong's breath was constantly condensed. Under the guidance of the extreme mirror, the body refining power was also raised and gathered, waiting to explode. Attack. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, an incomparable power burst out in an instant and crazily rushed forward. The shackles of the cultivation realm were like a natural gate. Chernzong's power directly hit the gate, trying to break it. The shackles of the Qi refining realm were one gate, and the shackles of the body refining realm were another. The gate of the Qi refining realm was azure, and the gate of the body refining realm was dark red. Condense the sword. Kill. In an instant, the sword light burst out, rolling up a violent wind, and directly slashing toward the gate. This was the sword that focused the most on power. It was called the slashing of the wind. The sword slashed at the gate, but it couldn't shake it. Chernzong's foundation was so solid and stable that the gate formed by the shackles also became incomparably stable. The more stable it was, the harder it was to break through. The harder it was to break through, the harder it was to break through. But correspondingly, once a breakthrough was made, there would be more prospects and amazing potential. His future achievements would only be higher and stronger. The gate of the realm was difficult to shake. Chernzong kept gathering power, turning it into sword light, and slashing out with all his strength. The sword light slashed at the gate, shattering, but was reformed and slashing again. Chernzong's power was constantly being consumed, and he could only take the 9 heaven energy elixir to replenish it. With a crack appeared on the 2 realm gates, and Chernzong saw hope. Hope for a breakthrough. Because if he couldn't break through the gate, his power would be exhausted. Although he had the 9 heaven energy elixir to replenish it, the speed of replenishment couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. It could only prolong the time. Once his power was exhausted, the breakthrough would fail. Of course, even if the breakthrough failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. After adjusting his breath and recovering his power, he could break through again, but it would take more time. In the universe, the 3rd realm wasn't considered a very high realm. This was different from the void. It was difficult to break through the transcendent realm in the void. If one failed to break through, the impact would be huge because it was related to the transcendent realm. Another slash of the sword widened the crack. With another slash, the 2 realm gates finally cracked and broke through at the same time. With a burst of turbulent vibrations, the Qi of the universe in the Heart Sword Peak was immediately drawn and rushed to the Heart Sword Palace at an astonishing speed. Like the surging waves of a great river, the Qi of the universe poured into the secret chamber and wrapped around Chernzong's body. It seemed that there was no need to actively absorb the Qi of the universe. The Qi of the universe was so strong that it almost turned into clouds and rain. It poured into Chernzong's body from all directions at an astonishing speed. The first layer of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath continued to circulate, refining the energy that was pouring into his body and transforming it into the cool breeze energy. However, Chernzong soon discovered that even with the guidance of the extreme mirror secret technique, which divided the energy into 2, one for Qi refinement and the other for body refinement, it was still difficult to consume. Breakthrough. The first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens destructive wind was operated to the extreme. The cool breeze force suddenly became faster and more intense. Its power was also constantly increasing and becoming more and more tyrannical. In Chernzong's body, a series of whistling sounds constantly sounded and became more and more intense. The trajectory of the power also became more and more mysterious. Condense. The clear wind energy was unceasingly condensing and transforming into an even more tyrannical force. Not only was the speed of this force much faster, its might had also increased, becoming even more tyrannical. Gale force. The second level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens destructive wind was the gale force. The first level corresponded to the level of the divine condensation realm, while the second level corresponded to the level of the third level of the divine manifestation realm. The difference was very obvious. The cool breeze force continued to transform into the gale force. The Qi of the universe surged in and rapidly transformed. The gale force also continued to accumulate, becoming more and more majestic and tyrannical. Chernzong felt that the power in his body was constantly increasing and strengthening. The power of his body was also constantly improving. Breakthrough. This was the true breakthrough. The breakthrough from the second level to the third level could be divided into two steps. The first step was to break through the gate of the realm and absorb the chi of the universe into the body. This would cause the transformation of one's power and make it even more tyrannical. The second step was to condense the divine manifestation. With a stronger power, the power of the Great Path, and so on, it would be integrated into the primordial spirit or the body to become the divine manifestation. Only then would one be considered to have truly broken through to the divine manifestation realm. Chernzong had already crossed the first level and was beginning to enter the second level. Compared to the first level, the second level would be more difficult. These two levels could not be separated. They had to be broken through in one go. If one stopped after breaking through the first level, the difficulty of breaking through to the second level would be more than 10 times greater. Therefore, the breakthrough had to be done in one go. It could not be stopped. Integrate. In an instant, the gale force of chi refining and the power of the great path of the heart fused together and condensed into a storm-like attack. It covered Chernzong's primordial spirit and made a series of rumbling sounds. His primordial spirit was in the middle of it. It opened its arms like a god in the storm. The power of the way of the sword also turned into wisps of sword chi and flew out. They flew into the storm, causing the storm to become even more tyrannical and shocking. At the same time, the power of the way of the world and the power of the body refining merged together. The power of the way of the sword also evolved into wisps of sword chi. They poured into the storm and integrated into his body. Chernzong only felt that his body was constantly filling up. There was a feeling of bloating to the extreme, as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, there was also a tyrannical feeling of power fluctuating and constantly rushing in all directions. Breakthrough. Great breakthrough. Chapter 2481. The new year is coming, so Little Rice Dumpling should be going home to visit his family. Hurry up and give Little Rice Dumpling a monthly ticket. Otherwise, what if he can't pass the security check? In the void, the million-meter-wide sea of light was still there. Traces of power continued to emanate from the sea of light and spread to every corner of the void, imperceptibly changing the environment of the void. This feeling couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It couldn't even be sensed because the changes were too slow. Even a sovereign powerhouse would find it difficult to sense any obvious changes. However, these changes existed. They were increasing the strength of the laws of the void and perfecting them, causing the essence of the void to transform. In short, the third-rank void was gradually approaching the second-rank void. One day, it might even be able to break through to the second-rank void. The impact of this improvement was insignificant at first. However, as time passed, it would invisibly affect the life forms in the void and increase their cultivation potential. The impact was especially obvious for new life forms. Of course, it wasn't easy to advance from the third-rank void to the second-rank void. Even 100,000 years wouldn't be enough. The massive 10,000-meter-wide crack still existed in the million-meter-wide sea of light like a scar in the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching. From time to time, cultivators would come from afar and cultivate there. This was because the cultivators had discovered that there were great benefits to cultivating there. It was simply like a sacred cultivation ground. In order to avoid chaos, the 4 great sacred lands took the lead and maintained order there. However, there was competition. The more outstanding the person, the closer they could get to the sea of light to cultivate. On the contrary, the weaker the person, the closer they would be to the periphery. This formed a healthy competition mechanism. At the forefront, Yu Wuxiao was cultivating. Her aura was still at the Yuan underworld level, but she was already at the limit of the Yuan underworld level. She hadn't broken through yet. Instead, she planned to continue consolidating at the Yuan underworld level. After all, the selection was held once every 100 years. The next selection would be held in a few more decades. She had failed the previous selection. This time, she had to be selected. An opportunity. An unparalleled opportunity. How could she miss it? Although her cultivation base had reached the limit of the Yuan underworld level, her cultivation base power would slowly change and become purer while cultivating there. This would also increase her power and strength. In addition, the improvement of her mystic abilities and other aspects would allow her to become stronger without breaking through her cultivation base. At the forefront were other Will Sky Palace's prodigies. However, the highest cultivation base there was only the Yuan underworld level. In addition to the Will Sky Palace's prodigies, there were also prodigies from other sects, including Yunyenshin. Yunyenshin already knew that Chenzong had obtained a peerless opportunity. She found that her message couldn't reach Chenzong, as if it was completely isolated. Yunyenshin's cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the Yuan underworld level. In addition, she had become very strong in all aspects. She had reached the 11-star level. If she unleashed her bloodline power, she would be able to reach the 12-star level. However, this wasn't enough. At the very least, her basic combat strength had to reach the 12-star level. After all, everyone already knew a little about the previous test. It wasn't easy for an ordinary 12-star level to pass the test. Only those who were stronger among the 12-star level would be able to pass. In the million-meter sea of light, a huge dragon snake was coiled under the 10,000-meter crack. It was the Void Dragon Snake. The Void Dragon Snake's aura was extremely terrifying. It had surpassed the Tao Venerate level and reached the Sovereign level. The Void Dragon Serpent and the cultivators coexisted peacefully. Everything was tranquil and quiet. Suddenly, the 10,000-meter crack flickered with light and wisps of aura gushed out, attracting everyone's attention. "What's going on?" All of them stared at the crack with their eyes wide open. It had to be known that since a few decades ago, the 10,000-meter-long crack had been very calm. Now that a few decades had passed, it was fluctuating again. Could it be that something was about to happen? Under everyone's gaze, the fluctuation in the 10,000-meter crack became more and more intense. When the fluctuation reached its peak, a burst of intense light burst out and a figure emerged from it. "There's someone! Who is it?" Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at the figure, trying to see clearly. However, because the light was too intense, they couldn't see anything for a while. They could only tell that it was a figure. However, one thing was certain. Since this person had appeared from the 10,000-meter crack, it must be related to the unparalleled opportunity. Could it be that the unparalleled opportunity was coming again? Didn't they say that it would be 100 years apart? For a moment, everyone was guessing and was unusually excited. Gradually, the light that gushed out slowly converged and faded. The figure then became clearer. "Who is that? He looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before." Many people stared at the figure that had become clearer and were secretly surprised. That person indeed gave them a familiar feeling, as if they had really seen him somewhere before. Only a few people were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. Yu Wuxiao was stunned. Then, she smiled excitedly. Yunyenshin was extremely excited and overjoyed. The reason for that was because that person was someone they were familiar with. Chenzong. Chenzong was back. When Chenzong stepped out of the 10,000-meter crack, he immediately felt the difference. The aura here was completely different from that in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As a result, Chenzong had a strange feeling that he could tear the void apart with one strike and that nothing could stop him. Of course, this was just an illusion. After all, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was in the universe and was shrouded under the laws of the universe. On the other hand, the void was filled with laws. There was a huge difference between laws and laws. Moreover, they were the laws of the third-order void. One thing that Chern Zong could be sure of was that he could definitely exert more strength in this void. It was as if he had received some kind of enhancement. Of course, this description was not accurate. It should be said that the restrictions were smaller. The power that could be exerted with one part of his strength became 2 or even 3 parts. This was not under his control, but directly. All in all, Chern Zong felt that the power that he could exert here was much better than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. While feeling, Chern Zong glanced around and saw third senior sister Yuwuxia. He smiled and greeted her. Immediately, Chern Zong's eyes flashed with excitement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Yu Nianxin as if he had teleported. Nian Xen. In Chern Zong's excited eyes, there was a wisp of tenderness spreading, and he naturally opened his hands. He opened his arms wide and hugged Yu Nianxin. Yu Nianxin also leaned into Chern Zong's arms, feeling this long-lost warmth. She was silent. It was as if all the sounds and sights in the surroundings had disappeared at this moment. Only the two of them hugging were the center of this place. Yuwuxia, who was about to greet Chern Zong, moved her lip. She gently put down the hand she was about to raise. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. She could not help but feel a sour feeling in her heart. Shaking her head, Yuwuxia clenched her fists hard, as if to dispel the sour feeling. She was Sister Canon. How could she have such a feeling? Chern Zong's return was definitely not a small matter. On the contrary, it was a big matter. A big matter that directly alarmed a group of experts in the void. After all, Chern Zong had obtained an unparalleled opportunity decades ago. There had been no news of him for decades. Now, he had suddenly returned. Then, where had they been all those years? What benefits did he gain in those few decades? Immediately, one by one, the Sovereign Realm experts arrived at the Will Heavenly Palace. Chern Zong had brought Yu Nianxin and Yuwuxia back to the Will Heavenly Palace. In the Will Heavenly Palace, the Will Sovereign was the leader. Other Sovereign Realm experts were also present. In addition, there were many powerful Dao Masters. Finally, there was Chern Zong. Previously, Chern Zong felt insignificant when facing the Dao Masters. It was not only a gap in cultivation, but also a gap in level. But now, although Chern Zong also knew that he was no match for any of the Dao Masters, even the weakest one, he did not feel so insignificant anymore. In terms of level, Chern Zong was not inferior to them. Therefore, in the face of so many Dao Masters and even a few Sovereign Realm experts, Chern Zong was calm and did not feel nervous at all. Calm and unhurried. Everyone could feel Chern Zong's state at this moment. They could not help but be surprised and even admire him. It was really amazing that a junior could be so calm in the face of so many powerful Dao Masters and a few Sovereign Realm experts. Next, naturally, they asked about Chern Zong's whereabouts in the past few decades and so on. What was the so-called unparalleled opportunity? According to the rules, I can't say too much. I can only reveal some simple information. Chern Zong said directly. Before returning, he had been informed by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Because it was not a good thing to say too much and let the cultivators in the void know too much. However, there was some simple information that could be said. For example, some differences in cultivation, different sequences of the void and life races, and the 9 forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and so on. Even though Chern Zong had told them some simple information, it was enough to shock the sovereigns and Dao paragons. It was completely unexpected. The void was divided into 3 sequences, and the void they were in was only the 3rd sequence. And there were such differences in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and so on. When the Dao Masters and the Sovereigns were almost done digesting the information, Chern Zong also raised a point, which was to pay attention to the foundation of the cultivators in the void, especially the cultivation of some basic abilities. This was because the more basic an ability was, the more versatile it was, and the more versatile it was, the more effective it would be in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. At least, it was a kind of foundation accumulation. Chapter 2482. Taking my wife and Xiaobao to the maternity and child clinic for experience. Just got home, updated immediately. After getting a simple understanding of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court from Chenzong, the sovereigns and Dao masters left one after another. They took Chenzong's warning to heart. Basics. The more basic the ability, the more practical it was after entering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. At least that was the foundation. As for Abhijna, it was useful in the void but lost its effect after entering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, it was necessary to adjust the direction of cultivation in the future. Of course, this was for the top prodigies. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court because they could not pass the test. In short, without the combat power of the 12-star level, there was basically no hope of passing the test and entering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As for the various information about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court that Chenzong revealed, it was not suitable to be spread out. The impact was too great. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to accept it at all. They would directly doubt their previous views and so on. Chenzong, after chatting with his master, Exin Dao Master, bade farewell to him and left the Exin Heavenly Palace with Yunyanxin. This time, he did not come back to stay here forever. He came back to take a look. After that, he would go to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court again. Now, Chenzong's cultivation had successfully broken through to the divine manifestation realm and his strength had increased greatly. However, after returning to the void, Chenzong found that the void qi here was not as good as the universe qi, causing his cultivation efficiency to be very low. Only by taking the Nine Heavens energy refining pill could he ensure normal cultivation. Another point was that when comprehending the three great Daos, his efficiency was also obviously not as good as when he was in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It could be said that it was very difficult for Chenzong to improve here. Therefore, after finishing his business, he had to leave the void as soon as possible and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Nianxin, let's go back to the Lingwu sacred world together, Chenzong said. Yunyanxin had no objection and immediately took action, rushing to the eastern void at the fastest speed. Chenzong had returned once before. Now that he was back, he was familiar with the road. He found the Lingwu sacred world and entered it directly. As soon as they entered the Lingwu sacred world, Chenzong and Yunyanxin were surprised. This was because the Lingwu saints' world gave the two of them the feeling that its aura had changed greatly. The qi of heaven and earth had become many times denser than before, and its laws had become more complete. To put it simply, the Lingwu sacred world had been restored to its original state. With the restoration of the Lingwu sacred world, the cultivation environment had improved tremendously. To the cultivators within, it had a great impact and many benefits. First of all, it was easier for people with good aptitude to be born, and the path of cultivation would be smoother. Secondly, it was easier to raise one's cultivation base. Even the great sage realm in the Lingwu holy world, which was the immanent deity realm in the void, was easier to reach. With Yunyanxin in tow, Chenzong headed straight for Mount Baiyun. Tens of thousands of years in White Cloud Mountain was an unforgettable period of time. Looking at the mountain filled with endless white clouds, Yunyanxin's eyes seemed to be filled with scenes like flowing water. Those were memories. Since they were here, they had to go in and see their former teachers. Without staying for too long, Chenzong and Yunyanxin once again bid farewell and left. This time, Chenzong brought Yunyanxin back to Blue Wave's world. Blue Wave's world was actually the companion world of the Lingwu sacred world. The distance between the two worlds wasn't very far. Of course, this kind of distance was relative. Although it was a companion world, and although Chunzong was now in the divine phase realm, and his cultivation and strength were extremely shocking, if he wanted to open the passage to Blue Wave's world, he still needed to rely on the power of the Heart Sword Seal. Under the power of the Heart Sword Seal, it was like a peerless sword light cutting through the sky. With one strike, it tore apart the deep layer of the void and pierced through it. In that instant, Chunzong felt a kind of indescribable profoundness. He was inexplicably moved. Vaguely, Chunzong felt as if he had caught something, but it also seemed as if he hadn't. That sword had left an impression and trace in his heart. Holding Yunyanxin's hand, Chunzong took a step forward and stepped into the passage created by the sword. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he walked over step by step. It seemed slow, but in fact it was incomparably fast. Not long after, Chunzong held Yunyanxin's hand and walked out of that deep layer of the void passage. They stepped into the land of Blue Wave's world. This place was the starting point of their past. Yunyanxin was also very curious, because she was born in the Lingwu sacred world, which was higher than Blue Wave's world. Chunzong discovered that in these years, Blue Wave's world seemed to have been affected by the Lingwu sacred world. The world's origin energy was also several times denser, and the cultivation environment was even more superior. Taking a step forward, Chunzong rapidly flew towards the eastern continent as if he was traveling through time and space. This time, he specially returned to see his father, elder sister Qin Chuyun, and younger sister Qin Lan. He didn't know whether they were still alive after all these years. Thinking about it, he hadn't left for a particularly long time, and their cultivation should have also reached a certain level. In addition, Chunzong had given them life-prolonging pills, treasures, and so on. In theory, they should still be alive. Homesickness wouldn't disappear just because of the level of cultivation and strength. Sensing the fluctuations in Chunzong's heart, Yunyanxin couldn't help but hold Chunzong's hand tightly. She responded with a gentle smile. Soon, Chunzong found the secluded Chun Jingtang and younger sister Qin Lan. As for elder sister Qin Chuyun, she wasn't here. She didn't even have any aura. Chunzong's return naturally made Qin Jingtang and Qin Lan ecstatic. Especially when Chunzong came back hand in hand with a woman, Qin Jingtang was extremely happy. Although he knew that Chunzong's cultivation was superb and had already reached a level beyond his imagination, in the end, Chunzong was still his son. A mother would worry about a son traveling thousands of miles. Qin Jingtang, as both a father and a mother, was naturally very worried about Chunzong. However, he was an introverted person and wouldn't easily show it. Similarly, in addition to safety, Qin Jingtang also hoped that Chunzong could get married and have children. This was his inner desire, but he had never said it out loud. He didn't want to add more burden to Chunzong. He didn't expect that this time, Chunzong would return with a Taoist companion. Getting married and having children could be considered to have completed the first half, at least so. Greatly comforted, Qin Jingtang drank more than 10 kilograms of fine wine for this meal, and he was completely drunk. As for Qin Chuyun, her lifespan had been extended a lot and her appearance had also become somewhat younger. She couldn't restrain the desire in her heart and left the eastern land with her sword on her back. Chunzong directly released his spirit sense and swept it across the entire Blue Wave's world. In a valley there were figures all around. There were no less than 100 of them, and all the exits were blocked. Jian Luosha, quickly hand over the 9 heaven cold moon pendant and we can spare your life. An old man with a square face shouted at a white-clothed woman who was surrounded in the valley. His voice was stern and his killing intent was astonishing. That white-clothed woman seemed to be in her 20s or 30s, but there were a few strands of crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She wasn't as young as she looked. She held a sword in one hand and her expression was cold and solemn. Her eyes flickered with a sharp cold light like the edge of a sword. Her aura was astonishingly cold. Even though she was surrounded by more than 100 people and had no hope of escaping, she didn't show any signs of weakness. On the contrary, she clenched the sword in her hand. Her sword chi was dense and cold, as if she wanted to kill her way out. Even if she couldn't escape, she wanted to kill a few more people. The battle immediately broke out. The white-clothed woman displayed superb swordsmanship. Opponents of the same cultivation level were killed in one strike. Even if their cultivation level was one level higher, they couldn't withstand 3 strikes. If their cultivation level was 2 levels higher, they would be killed within 10 strikes. Her swordsmanship was swift and fierce and astonishing. As expected of Jian Luosha, her swordsmanship is actually so brilliant. It's rumored that her swordsmanship was taught by an expert. A few people who were obviously the leaders and had the strongest auras were secretly shocked. However, they didn't make a move yet. They wanted to exhaust Jian Luosha's strength first. Suddenly, a buzzing sound seemed to resound out as violent winds whistled out, and the clouds and clouds surged. An indescribable pressure suffused the air, and it seemed as if the sky was about to collapse and descend. It directly caused everyone to be extremely horrified, and they stopped successively with expressions of extreme terror. What happened? Suddenly, a light mark appeared in the valley. It was a crack that tore the void apart. Soon after, a figure casually walked out of the spatial crack, as if he was taking a stroll. His leisurely and relaxed manner made it seem as if he was strolling through his own backyard. When the person appeared, he didn't even look at the others. Instead, he stared at the white-clothed woman. "Sister Yun, long time no see," Chen Zong said with a smile. "Brother Zong." Chen Chu Yun's face was filled with shock and then ecstasy. "It's me," Chen Zong said with a smile. Soon after, he asked Chen Chu Yun to follow him into the crack in the void. Then, the crack in the void disappeared. As for the others, those who were still alive, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. After all, he was a divine phase realm expert. The gap between him and them was too big. It was like the gap between a blazing sun and a firefly. Just a breath was enough to turn them into ashes. Even if it was because of the restrictions of Blue Wave's world, a light finger was enough to kill them countless times. Between them and Chen Chuyun, it was because of the competition for treasures. There was no good or evil and so on. Therefore, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. Of course, this was also because Chen Chuyun was safe and sound. Therefore, Chen Zong only took Chen Chuyun away and let her out of her predicament. The family reunited. Chen Zong stayed for a month. Then, he took them away from the eastern continent and left Blue Wave's world for Lingwu's sacred world. After all, the cultivation environment of Lingwu's sacred world was more than 10 times better than that of Blue Wave's world. If they cultivated in Lingwu's sacred world, there was hope for them to advance to a higher level. At that time, their cultivation would be higher and their strength would be stronger. Most importantly, their lifespan would be further extended. The next time Chen Zong returned, there was hope that he would be able to reunite with them and reunite with them. Of course, Chen Zong had also considered the safety of the 3 of them. He directly left a bit of power in them, which was enough to protect them in times of danger. Moreover, he also gave them the authority to enter and exit Bewildering Light Island at will. To put it simply, even the great saint stage powerhouses from the spiritual martial sacred world would not be able to do anything to Chen Zhengtang and the other 2. Moreover, if they were to attack them forcefully, they would be killed by the power that Chen Zong had left behind. With Chen Zong's divine phase realm strength, killing an imminent deity was easy. He could even kill an ordinary Yuan demon. Chapter 2483. Cultivation was important, but it was also important to accompany his family. Because cultivation could be done at any time, it ran through his life. As long as he was still alive, he would continue to cultivate. However, it was very difficult to accompany his family. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had been constantly gaining experience and becoming stronger, and the time he spent with his family became less and less. Now, he had returned after a gap of more than 100 years. Only then could he reunite with his family. This was a rare time, and Chen Zong cherished it very much. The vitality and rules of heaven and earth in Blue Wave's world were far inferior to those in the void. For Chen Zong, it was completely useless. Naturally, Chen Zong was also unable to cultivate and improve his own cultivation, and so on in Blue Wave's world. However, Chen Zong didn't care. Instead, he truly relaxed. Every day, he drank tea and played chess with his father, chatted with his younger sister Chunlan, accompanied Yun Yanxin to practice her swordsmanship, and gave pointers to his elder sister Chen Chuyun in her swordsmanship, and so on. His days were comfortable and leisurely. Chen Zong was deeply attached to the mountains and rivers, and felt comfortable beside his family. For a time, he forgot everything. This was a rare and unforgettable period of relaxation, but it would eventually become a deeply engraved memory. 3 years. The time that Chen Zong spent with his family was 3 years. 3 years later, before Chen Zong was about to leave, Chen Jingtang reminded Chen Zong, because he was very clear about his son's ambition. 3 years of companionship was enough. Next time, remember to bring our grandson. Chen Jingtang smiled. Yun Yanxin's cheeks slightly blushed. Chen Zong hugged Chen Jingtang and said goodbye with a smile. Holding Yun Yanxin's hand, he left again. This time, he didn't know when he would return. Fortunately, in these 3 years, although Chen Zong didn't cultivate much, he still gave pointers to everyone. Therefore, even Chen Jingtang and Chen Lan, who had ordinary aptitude, made breakthroughs under Chen Zong's pointers and resources. Their cultivation reached a higher realm, and their lifespans were further extended. In addition, with the authority of Bewildering Light Island, the resources of Bewildering Light Ocean, and the cultivation resources given by Chen Zong, as long as they cultivated well, they might be able to make breakthroughs in the long years. Their lifespans could also be extended again. After Chen Zong left with Yun Yanxin, Chen Jingtang and Chen Lan stayed on Bewildering Light Island. Occasionally, they would leave Bewildering Light Island to travel and experience the local conditions and customs of various places. They had a certain level of strength, and with the protection given by Chen Zong, they lived a very comfortable and leisurely life. As for Chen Chuyun, her cultivation talent was much better than Chen Jingtang and Chen Lan. She could barely be considered as a genius. With Chen Zong's pointers and resources, the increase in her cultivation was much more obvious. In addition, her swordsmanship became more and more unfathomable. She left Bewildering Light Island with her sword and went to various places in Lingwu Holy World. The reputation of Sword Rakshasa also spread from Blue Wave's world to Lingwu Holy World. In the past, Chen Zong could only use the Heart Sword seal to travel between Blue Wave's world and Lingwu Holy World. But now, his cultivation had reached the divine manifestation realm, and he was many times stronger than before. It was naturally not difficult to bring a few people back and forth between the two worlds. It was nothing more than consuming a little more energy. In the void flying ship, Chen Zong continued to guide Yun Yanxin in her swordsmanship while steering the ship. The foundation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's swordsmanship was the 9 Heavens True Sword. There were 99 kinds of extraordinary mysteries. Although the 9 Heavens Imperial Court stipulated that it could not be taught to outsiders, it did not say that the insights one comprehended from it could not be imparted. Naturally, Chen Zong could also impart his insights on swordsmanship to Yun Yanxin. In fact, Chen Zong also left some insights of his own. His insights on swordsmanship were in the Mind Heavenly Palace. Other forces could copy from the Mind Heavenly Palace and bring it back to their own sects to nurture those top-notch disciples who were skilled in swordsmanship. Foundation. That was the foundation. And not only the foundation, but also the amazing mysteries of swordsmanship with extraordinary power. This was also the contribution that Chen Zong could make to the void where he was born. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong had deeply experienced the impact of being born into a higher status. If he had not been outstanding enough, he would have been bullied in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, if the void where he was born could be further strengthened, the situation might be better when people went to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the future. Of course, compared to the First Order void, there was still a big gap. However, hard work was accumulated. It was passed down from generation to generation and continued to strengthen. Just like building a skyscraper, it had to start from the foundation and could not be completed overnight. Change was done bit by bit. It was the accumulation of hard work from generation to generation. Under Chen Zong's guidance, Yunyanxin's swordsmanship also improved further, especially in terms of the foundation. Her talent in swordsmanship was also superb. With Chen Zong's analysis and enlightenment, she began to improve as soon as she started. Of course, compared to Chen Zong's improvement, it was a far cry. However, there were still decades before the next test. Yunyanxin continued to improve her combat strength and the foundation of her swordsmanship. As long as she could pass the test and enter the ferocious demon wasteland, it would be much easier for her to cultivate the Nine Heavens' true sword with a more solid foundation of her swordsmanship. Chen Zong was destined to not be able to stay in the void for too long and would leave soon. Therefore, before he left, of course, he had to arrange everything as much as possible. After all, it was not so easy to come back. After paying his respects to his master and reuniting with his father and other relatives, Chen Zong had two more things to do now. First, his doppelganger Chen Xiu had left the Lingwu holy world earlier than him and entered the void. Until now, there had been no news of him, and no one knew where he had gone. However, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Shura clan and the inheritance of the Nirvana Sword Master. There were clues to be found. Chen Zong planned to take Chen Xiu with him to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After all, Chen Xiu was his doppelganger and his spirit were one. If he wanted to reach a higher peak and become stronger, he naturally had to go to the universe. Second, it was his senior brother Luo Beichuan. Speaking of which, he had not really met his senior brother Luo Beichuan because he had been guarding the northern battlefront. The reputation of the Northern Way Celestial Wolf had shocked many of the barbarian tribes. After completing these two things, Chen Zong would immediately set off and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to cultivate. The Void flyboat continued to fly toward the extraterritorial void. That was where the ancient Shura clan was located. Although the cultivation in the void was far inferior to that in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong would not really give up on cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. No matter how slow your progress was, you had to maintain it. Moreover, the habit of cultivation had long been deeply ingrained into Chen Zong's bones. It had become a habit and even an instinct. Vaguely, there seemed to be a buzzing sound. Outside the void flyboat, in the boundless void, a strong force suddenly gathered. It seemed to be attacking, setting off monstrous waves that made the void flyboat seem like a small boat. It was like a small boat on the sea. In the void flyboat, Yunyanxin was trembling with fear. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. The aura outside the void flyboat was too shocking. It was as if the great Tao in the void was roaring and surging. It made Yunyanxin feel like he was about to be destroyed. Chen Zong also felt it, but he was not suppressed. On the contrary, two sword tattoos appeared one after another between Chen Zong's eyebrows. They were incomparably clear and released an astonishingly sharp aura like the edge of a sword. Immediately, the third sword tattoo appeared. Moreover, as it collided with the aura of the great Tao in the void, it became more and more solid. Finally, the fourth sword tattoo appeared. However, it stopped after the initial formation. But this was not the end. In the sky above Chen Zong's head, an illusory figure appeared faintly. It was the illusory figure of Chen Zong's primordial spirit. It was exactly the same as Chen Zong. It was vivid and lifelike. The aura it exuded was incomparably deep and vast. It made Yu Nianxin feel extremely shocked. Soon after, a line quietly condensed on the illusory figure. Traces of an illusory aura spread out. That aura seemed to have never changed since ancient times, yet it also seemed to change in an instant. Not long after, the divine tattoo, which seemed to be on the verge of changing and unchanging, was condensed to the extreme. However, when it was condensed to the extreme, it still felt unreal and elusive. Immediately after, the second divine tattoo appeared. At the same time, a divine tattoo also appeared on Chen Zong's body. It was condensed to the extreme. In this way, everything gradually converged. The chaotic aura of the great Tao in the outside world also gradually quieted down. The storm dissipated. Chen Zong. Yu Nianxin was very worried. "I'm fine." Chen Zong smiled. "It's just that I gained some benefits from my cultivation." "Gained some benefits?" No, it was more than just gained some benefits. The benefits were simply astonishing. It should be known that the cultivation environment in the void was far inferior to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Chen Zong had also returned to the void. It was difficult for him to make much progress. However, unexpectedly, there was another opportunity. That was in the comprehension of the great Tao. What he did not expect was that the reunion with his family and the relaxation of letting go of everything had unknowingly coincided with a kind of mysterious realm. It kept accumulating. Until now, it had directly improved his sword principle, heart principle, and world principle. Originally, he had condensed 2 sword principle divine tattoo on his sword principle. Now that he had improved, he had condensed a 4th Tao tattoo. As for his heart principle, he had condensed a complete Tao tattoo and a preliminary 2nd Tao tattoo. As for his world principle, he had condensed a complete Tao tattoo. Condensing a Tao tattoo meant that he had truly entered the threshold of this great Tao. He could also truly unleash its power. It could be said that compared to before, Chen Zong's strength had clearly improved again. Gradually, time passed. Chen Zong and Yu Nianxin cultivated and communicated in the void flyboat while rushing to the extraterritorial void. It did not take long before they finally arrived at the edge of the void. If they continued forward, they would reach the boundary of the extraterritorial void. Walking out of the void flyboat and looking ahead, Chen Zong and Yu Nianxin could vaguely see the existence of a thin film. It was like a boundary that separated the void from the extraterritorial void. With a move, Chen Zong and Yu Nianxin immediately stepped over the thin film and truly stepped into the extraterritorial void. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.